I'm jumping now, but I'll be with you in a sec. I'm just
Yo, what's up, Lord Hog?
for the likes of Geordie and that.
I actually got 2 eliminations there, but killed myself at the same time.
Yo, Morbid, how we doing? First time chatter. Let's go.
Alright, working on fishing. Start of stream stuff. Y'all bear with me a minute. Also trying to handle a couple of different things here.
always look at everything. I will obviously take a little sprinkle from this after, so yeah, I do appreciate all your support, man.
Princess, you're always a princess.
I don't mind the lurkers either. I understand that not everyone can be there. Right, I'm going to grab this down here. Just mark up that bunker.
Crown just disappeared.
I've done it.
No, your crown just disappeared.
Hey, let's go. Let's go.
So you got it back.
255. We need that. 5 more followers now.
It was right.
Just like we've got it. I hope.
Well, holy shit, Nuggets.
Sure we are.
It's my buddy,
At this point.
Hadouken.
Okay,
I would have wanted to kiss by that.
Meet my Shoryuken.
down to this town. Yeah, that guy jumped into this town. Follow it and so you know it. Oh, fuck yeah!
I know, right?
Get back!
Alright, come on.
And then there's Niso,
Can you see it?
who's always the traitor in among us and can't shoot worth a shit in a shooting game.
Bounty's here, I think.
Astro Alpha, how you doing, my dear?
Hey,
Bounty's just jumped on top of the
Devil, you've left him hanging.
Got one in on there. Two on. Oh, one down. One more. 2 life things. Fuck's sake. What was that? Yee, let's go. Yeah,
I've actually got
awesome.
2 kills.
No,
Hey, Big C. Always coming in hot with all that support. Always appreciate that, my dude.
Told to go up and not down.
get back.
Cat in the Fog TV, huh? I don't recognize your name, but I like it. Kinda cool. Scourge! My fellow fucking Decepticon! How you doing, old man? And Miss Demi Unicorn.
Look at us.
Always causing trouble, aren't you, Demi?
Right now.
Candy B, I do not know you, but welcome in. Miss Dupmoy? There's an interesting name.
Got one. There's 3 of them in the tower.
Hey, great kill.
How did that miss? I went
Yo, S-Jop, what's up?
We've got people coming in, bro. I'm bringing them in.
And then there's Stewie, who's always trying to kill Lois. Never understood the animosity there. And there's Waddy. Nobody understands a word he's saying. Ever. Because he's Waddy. And a Zach Twitch. Not a terribly inspired name, but I reckon it works. And Miss Zinky Baby.
That's right here. Two of them, be careful. That's alright, man. That's alright. Shit. We don't do it great this time.
All right.
I mean, we're getting the hits, which is not too bad. It's saying it's a one shot.
Does it for me shout outs.
I ain't seeing it, man. Definitely not seeing that one shots. We do like to play a bit of research, which we'll most likely be doing later on this evening. I would love to know, right?
This is my new favourite weapon.
We're back where we started, guys.
Everything on it.
Literally back where we started. Bang it all as he can. Three shooting first. I can't see no one. You sure about that, right?
All right. Now, shout outs are done.
Apparently someone over there, but I don't see it.
I can start a stream. So if you guys would bear with me for a few minutes.
Hey, Bruce, Billy, let's go. Watching the window and as we look away, the street is there. On the window, down there. Oh, missed the other one. Yeah, there was, isn't it? I'm gonna go first. To the wall. To the sweat drops off my ball.
All right. Swear. Hey, it's just shaping up to be one of them days. Good Lord.
The bike in the corner. Come on, bitch.
Oh, shit. That was on me. That was my fuck up. Blah 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 blah.
One more. Blind thing. Still in it. Ran out. Waiting. Okay. Yeah, you going out, mate?
I fart, you fart, we all fart for Walmart. If you ask me what the hell that means, I couldn't tell you because I was just saying random shit.
Amateur. Okay.
My cart, your cart, all our carts we stole from Kmart.
I just don't think I don't think these people on the European server they're looking for
Starting soon. Silver. Hey, month.
Hey? Hey, that'd be good. That'd be absolutely
Got it.
brilliant, that.
One more time in,
Hey,
hopefully.
get on your diary.
And another. Last of it.
Well, I got you lovely motherfuckers for the next 3 hours.
Taken it. Very good. Another
Well, closer to
down one.
2.5 hours now.
One down.
So we're gonna get some work in on this. So I'm done with all the start of stream stuff.
Right, got another one. Got a fight going on here. Disclaimer. Disclaimer. There's still substances.
For those of you new to me,
We're not going for a win.
or at least new to this game, I'll warn you,
Licensed sponsor and endorsement of
we're a fair bit into her.
I've got my overlap. All that
Matter of fact, yesterday's stream we had a rather tumultuous and calamitous event occur.
Lindell. More excitement has set in. Been one back.
Find out about it.
Sure, there's a third as well, to be honest.
I'm sure. As gameplay for today proceeds. Let's see. Right now, we're off to see the wizard. Time for a side quest.
Everyone, Quentin has asked that you come with me. You can no longer guarantee your protection, but I can. There's a safe place I can take you to.
Well, if that's what the Master thinks best. Sid, none of us would be standing here today if it weren't for Master Quentin. We owe him our lives. So we ain't about to start telling him what he should do with his. If he's saying we ain't safe in Lostwing no more, it's because he ain't coming back. And if that's what has to happen, then so be it. I only hope he can see this through to the end. That we get to see justice done.
I hope so too.
Oi! You lot! Where's everyone else? They ain't already left, have they?
They've gone with Master Quentin.
Fuck! Fuck! Fuck!
What's wrong?
I've just come from the Justice's manor. We have to get Quentin to call off the attack. It ain't just the Black Shield protecting the place. He's got a guard dog and all. A fucking monster! They don't stand a chance against that thing. If I don't get the message to them, they're all gonna fucking die!
We can't let this happen.
Huh.
Sid! Don't worry about us. You've got to catch up with him. We can't let Quentin die before that bastard does.
All right. I'll do what I can. Where is this manor?
It's way over to the east, through the woods. Heavenhall, he calls it.
Promise us, Sid. Promise us you'll do what you can.
Alright. Let's go ahead and do a quick save. Alright, now let's see where his fucking manor is. Show me a local map. Ah, okay. I see it. is a lethal move combination. Oh, look, it's the Akashic. Start heading this way. Shit. Started going the wrong goddamn way. There we go.
Damn it. Don't tell me I'm too late.
Here we go.
Quentin, are you all right?
No. But I am alive. Which is more than I can say for my comrades. They followed me without question all the way here. And they died. For nothing.
This must be the guard dog. Quentin. I'll hold it off. You go.
But
Your comrades didn't die for nothing. They died for you. Don't let their sacrifice be in vain.
I won't.
Come on, then. You're no guard dog. You're just a rabid beast that needs to be put down.
I love that move. And it looks like that move's a targeting move, which is really nice.
Is it over?
It is. He wept and begged for mercy. And I cut him from ear to ear. Just as I dreamed of doing all these years. All my plans. Building a haven in Lostwing. Freeing bearers from their chains and recruiting them to my cause. It was all for this. But what is this? Justice. My faithful comrades. All those lives lost. So that I might take another.
Quentin.
Master Quentin! Oh, thank Grieger you're safe.
You're alive.
And so are you. I'm so sorry. I tried to warn you about that thing. And I hate to say it, but there's more bad news. It's Lostwing. It's been flooded.
What?
Now, when they say flooded in this game, they don't mean water. They're talking about oversaturated with ether. And that's a bad thing.
Lostwing. My Lostwing.
And look who's here.
They must have stolen in after we left, just before the flood struck. What if there are still people in there?
Don't be a fool.
Damn it.
Quentin's not going to last long in there. Come on, Torgal. We need to make this quick.
I love these AoE attack combinations you get. Those are what Akashic are. They are living creatures oversaturated with aether, and that causes them essentially to become a mindless horde of killing machines.
Quentin. Quentin! Look
I
at me!
believe they also have the ability to infect other living beings.
Hasn't turned. I'm going to get you out of here. Welcome back to the land of the living.
Is Lostwing?
The flood has filled the valley.
I see. Then all is at an end. A strange way to achieve one's life's ambition.
No, Master Quentin. Save your strength.
Why? All that I strove for is gone. Only emptiness remains. I have nothing left to live for.
What the heck are you on about? You've got us, ain't you? Don't try telling me you only freed us so you could get revenge. We're more than that to you, and we all know it.
I thought you weren't coming back. But I prayed, and you did. There's got to be a reason for that, right? Can't we just go back to how it was? You know, you looking after us all.
Your work ain't over yet, Master Quentin. We believed that you were the right man to lead us, and we still do.
Your village may be lost, but it seems your people aren't. So long as you remain to guide them.
But why? After what why would anyone follow me?
Because we're family, aren't we?
Family?
Yeah, and all our comrades who went with you, they felt the same. Lostwing weren't just a village. It was all of us.
It was. And as long as we're still here, it is too.
We can start again. Build a new Lostwing. Right here in the Bales.
A fresh start. One life ends, and another begins. Why just a village? We could build towns. A nation, even. What's to stop us?
Well, the Akashic to start with, along with the other
I am nobody's master.
competing factions.
Will suffice. After all, we are family. Permit me to withdraw my request. I will no longer be needing your help in looking after my people.
I'll pretend you never asked.
But you must be rewarded for your efforts on our behalf. You saved my life twice over. And more besides.
A bottle or two of your finest red will suffice.
Of course. Nothing but the best. And I have a feeling that this year's vintage will be the finest yet. If you don't mind waiting, that is.
I look forward to it.
Well, that wasn't nearly so bad.
They are right, you know. Lostwing can be rebuilt. It was more than a mere village. More than a staging ground for revenge. It was a vision of how life might be. Of how we who have suffered can come to find family again.
memory serves, I still have, I think, one side quest left to do. No, I don't. Okay. Let's come to the hideout. One other thing I want to check on, see if I've done it yet or not.
Paul said it was an army of Akashi. What will happen to Mid and
How are we supposed to do our duty when the hills are crawling with it?
Huh. So there's a hunt afoot. Alright, so let's get a somewhat better idea of location for this. Huh. All right. I actually have a really good idea of where that's at.
Welcome to the Patron's Whisper. Your benefactors are a generous lot. Come again. I may have more for you.
How are you doing? Here you go. Seen enough?
All right. I think it's over this way. There's where I want. So it should be somewhere in that general vicinity. Alright, that was not the right direction. Hello, Lucas. Beyond getting myself somewhat lost here, I'm fine. How the hell are you? Ah. I love it when people use that. Trying to figure. You say that like you're disappointed. You're like, oh, Final Fantasy. Yeah. Final Fantasy 16. Because it's awesome. At least so far. I have only actually beaten a couple of Final Fantasy games in my day so far. I've beaten 15, and I've beaten 8. I've played a fair bit of 12 and 10. And I've been impressed by most of the Final Fantasy games that I've played. I'm enjoying 12. It's currently in my top 3, as is 10 and 15. 7 I'm enjoying, at least the OG version. The remake, which is part 1 of the remake, which is the only one I've had a chance to play so far, has been really good. But the OG 7 is considerably better from what I've played so far. I'm playing 5 off and on, and that one I'm kind of meh about. It's not a bad game, but I wouldn't say it's one of the better Final Fantasies. And I've played a bunch of other Final Fantasies a little bit. Haven't really sat down to beat any of them. A lot of times it's because I only had limited access to the games themselves. I know I'm really close to beating 10 right now. I think I'm about 3/4 of the way through beating 12, maybe halfway through
You'll regret doing my mother's bidding.
7 OG. I've beaten part 1 of the Final Fantasy VII Remake.
Nice try.
But I gotta say, while I enjoyed all of Final Fantasy VIII up until the final end boss, that end boss just, like, I'm not gonna lie, the end boss pissed me off. I really felt the end boss was just too easy for what the rest of the game was. And what I mean is the boss fight itself was like super simple. It really didn't take a great deal of strategy or brain power to beat the final boss in Final Fantasy VIII. And I don't say that to be like mean or anything like that. Like, the majority of the game, like 99.9% of that game, was absolutely phenomenal. It was just that final boss fight which just really upset me and placed me in a position where I felt that the developers didn't put a lot of effort into the completion of the game, if you understand what I mean by that. Because you go through all that effort to reach that final boss fight, and and the castle itself is really tough to get through, because you have all those like many bosses that you got to beat up in order to gain access to all the key abilities and stuff that you're going to need for the final boss, if you want to be as successful as possible in beating her. And then you get to the boss herself, and the only difficult part of her was the amount of fucking time that she takes to beat. Yes, Silver-Eyed, I actually could. I look forward to the day when that is possible. But yeah, like, 8 was good until you get to that end boss fight. Because the only thing tough about it, realistically, is how much time the boss fight takes. I mean, you're talking about a boss fight that...
Why don't you sit down and have a nice bowl of Molly's Brown?
Takes around 20 to 30 minutes to get through.
They'll be fine as long as Sid is... Oh.
Because they limit like spells and abilities that actually work and work well on the final boss in any of the various forms she takes. But beyond that, the final boss fight itself wasn't all that hard. I mean, if you're like myself and really, really, really careful about playing through the game, building up everything, and, you know, making sure that you're as prepared as possible for any given situation, The final boss in that game is a piece of fucking cake. Like she is. She's so easy.
Aye, it's a dangerous world out there. You're rubbing me blind, you know. Is that all?
And it's disappointing that you would spend 60 to 80 plus hours working your way through a game. And the game is just, it's beauty personified throughout the entirety of it. And then, you know, you get
anything else?
To the final fight in the game.
If it's knowledge you seek, we've tons of plenty to guide you in your search.
And you could literally fight the game while half asleep or more.
Let me help. I know my letters. Most of them anyway.
That is,
The more eyes we have poring over these
realistically,
the sooner we'll
that's
find
my
out
problem
this
with Final Fantasy VIII. Because for a long time, Final Fantasy VIII was in my top 5 favorite all-time Final Fantasies.
I have a few new notes that might interest you.
And then I sat down and I beat the fucking game. And, you know, I enjoy all of the game until I get to that final section. And that final section just disappoints. That final section goes, oh, you were enjoying this? Well, guess what? Fuck you. Now we're going to make it so that, you know, you're basically, you don't really have to think to do what you got to do. You don't have to really strategize what to do. You just make sure you have this specific set of magics ready to go. Make sure you have these specific healing items just in case. And you can sleep through the entirety of the fight. That ruins what was realistically one of the best games in the franchise until you got to the point of the final boss. Because, I'm not going to lie, I will say that, in all honesty, I feel that until that final boss fight, that FF8 really was one of the best games in the series until you got to that boss fight.
The more personal items, we go to the next of kin.
Once you got there, that boss fight ruins the whole goddamn thing.
Then I'll check the workshop.
It's just so easy. I'm really hoping that 16 here, if and when I reach the final boss, and probably more when than if,
Amber and the Lazarus are gone, then
that boss fight
in danger.
will not disappoint me and ruin the game, because I'm really enjoying this game so far.
Will ever sail? You saw that work of devilry on the deck, didn't you? The second fall of man is nigh.
I'm hoping the same is going to end up being true of 10 once I finally beat that. For 5, I'm actually expecting that boss fight to be somewhat difficult.
This looks like it's from Sid's old diary.
I don't know if 7's final boss fight will impress me or not. I'm hoping it will. I don't want to be disappointed again by a boss fight. Like a final boss fight.
Something tells me Mid won't be needing these.
In a Final Fantasy game. That would tend to upset me.
I know this is your hideaway, but you really shouldn't be in here. If Mid caught you rifling through her research, she'd have your head, then mine for letting you.
That leather loosener was only the first of the discoveries the Alembics gonna help us make. Just you wait, Sid. Just you wait!
But considering...
I've heard from Canva for days. Please tell me Mid is all right.
What I've noticed as the recent trend in video gaming over the last decade, which is primarily make a lot of games, mass produce those games, don't give a fuck about the quality of the games, and then
I remember seeing this doll in Sid's cellar.
shove those games onto the market to make as much money as we can manage. I would not be overtly surprised, realistically, if final boss fights in the majority of other Final Fantasy games tend to end up disappointing me a lot. I also realize that as a Gen Xer and an OG video gamer, that I have really high expectations for games. I mean, the first game systems I ever played that I grew up on were the original Atari, the Commodore 64 computer, and the old Apple Mac.
Possibly. You wouldn't happen to know what Mid's first opus was?
So, I mean...
That girl's as tone deaf as a banshee. Unless you mean the orchestrion. She couldn't have been more than more, 11, 12, when she called that thing.
That takes gaming back to its literally like the earliest days of modern gaming as we know it. That takes gaming back to an era when being known as a gamer, being known as a geek, being known as a nerd was an open invitation for the entire town to beat your ass at every opportunity.
How are we supposed to do our duty when the hills are crawling with a cache?
Cole said it was an army of a cache. What will happen?
That's kind of the era I grew up in, was that era where I couldn't let people know I was a geek or a gamer or a nerd or any combination of those three. Because if I did, I wouldn't make it through the day without getting my ass beat 3, 4, 5, 6 times.
We definitely didn't break the orchestra.
I mean, the entire fucking town turn out and make a goddamn festival event out of it.
It's broken. Except when it isn't. See?
And you had nothing to do with this.
No, nothing. We just wanted to listen to
So, yeah, I've got higher expectations for what a game is and should be.
this. See?
All too
But that's me. I understand that you younger folk don't hold those same expectations because you grew up in an entirely separate era from what I did. You had things that
Caught on one of the gears.
My generation didn't have when we were your age.
Yes. There. How about now?
You fixed it! Sid fixed it! He more than fixed it! Yeah, new music!
Oh. Never heard this one before.
They started playing when I removed this. Whatever it is.
Well, don't look at me. I can tell you it's important, though. Sid showed it to me once and said as much. Said it was the stuff dreams were made of. Let's just hope it's the stuff ships are made of as well.
Indeed.
And honestly, Final Fantasy really shaped me as a gamer as a kid. I remember when it debuted. Like, it was, and I think to this day remains one of the most hotly anticipated game debuts to date. Was the debut of Final Fantasy X or Final Fantasy I in America, because there had already been a big hubbubaloo in Japan over what for them was Final Fantasy I, but for us wasn't, because
the Crown Prince just left.
Dion left.
For like the first 5 or 6
Stood up and walked off.
entries in the series, the order in which they were released in terms of chronology, both in-game lore and just when they were released, period, date-wise, IRL, in Japan is not the same way in which we released those like 5-6 games in America. We fucked up the order. If I remember right, for us, Final Fantasy I is either 2 or 3 in Japan.
And if that fails, try to stay alive, eh?
Like, we fucked shit up pretty badly, honestly, in terms of releasing it and keeping the chronology correct. And
Don't waste here. The further the flagship sails, I have to get back.
Still alive, are ya? Coin purse weighing you down? I'll be thankful you got that much. You got out else?
and honestly, it took a long time for Americans to realize that we fucked shit up that bad in terms of release order for those games.
Maybe next time, eh? You'll not find a better price than that.
But yeah, you know. Oh, I'll be on stream for quite a while, Luke. So, you know, you want to come on back and just hang out, or just leave yourself in here on alert?
Helped him out again. Tough,
Either
man.
way works.
Speaking of which, I'm actually a bit,
worried about him. And you want
But I certainly appreciate you being here.
It's a bit of a funny one, this, but I saved this posh knob while I was out on a mission, and he gave me this flashy ring to say thank you. So, obviously, I show it to Blackthorn, thinking he'll be impressed, only for him to go white as a sheet and quiet as a curl instead. Try as I might, I can't for the life of me work out what could have got him upset like that. And seeing as how Blackthorn opens up when you're around, I thought maybe...
I'd speak to him again. Well, I suppose there's no point leaving him to stew.
Cheers, Clive.
I'll be sure to pay him a visit as soon as I have a moment.
All right, I'll meet you by the forge then. You come along when you're ready.
Well, this ought to be interesting. Alright, let's come up here, pick this up. See what you want.
Glory to Griga. There you are. I'm not a moment too soon.
What's happened?
Taya's busy working herself into an early grave. Since the arrival of her latest patient, she's refused to stop, even for a moment. I've tried offering to see to him in her stead, but she won't hear of it. Clive, she hasn't left the infirmary in days. She's pushing herself too hard. And if she doesn't rest soon, will you talk to her? Order her to her chambers if that's what it takes. Because if she keeps this up, I fear the hideaway will be without its best physica before too long.
I know better than to order Taya to do anything, but I'll speak to her.
Thank you. I pray you have better luck than I did.
Well, Taya, Rodriguez worried about you. And if what he says is true, then so am I. We all admire your dedication, but you do need to rest.
I will, when it's time. Until then, I'm staying put. We owe him that much.
Who is he?
Someone from my past. Someone who doesn't deserve to die alone. It won't be much longer. The crystal's curse has almost finished its work. If I had the tears, I could ease his passing. But without them, we've nothing that will touch the agony of those last few hours.
How would tears help this man?
Not my tears. Tears of mercy. Alicia. It's the only thing strong enough.
Ooh, Robin! Pokemon in chat. Let's get the Pokeballs
There
out.
must be something we can do for him.
Sometimes an easy death is the greatest kindness we can offer. You do well to remember that, Rodriguez.
I will. We have all the ingredients we need for Alicia Balwan. It needs to be fresh, though, so we rarely have much to hand. I can make the draft if you can bring me what we're missing.
Just tell me what you need.
There is a species of venom-weeping spider that lives in the forests of Norvent, near Lorbert's Pass. Bring me one of their eyes. Preserve it as best you can, but avoid contact with the tears. I'll make sure the other ingredients are ready before you return.
Thank you, Clive. I won't forget this.
Alright. Is there anything else here at the hideout I can pick up? Yes, there is. First, let's go to the forge.
Cole said it was an army of Akashi. What will happen to Mid and the others?
They'll be fine as long as Sid is... Oh.
Don't worry, gossip ladies. I'm on the case.
Bloody hell, Clive. Not this again. Oh, ain't you got better things to do with your time?
That remains to be seen. August tells me he showed you a ring, and that the sight of it clearly upset you. Would you mind telling us why?
Come on, mate. Bottling it up ain't gonna help no one. If it weren't the ring, and it was something I said, then I'm sorry.
It was the ring, right? It brought back some unhappy memories, that's all. Memories better left forgotten.
Memories of what?
There are things we'd all rather leave behind, Blackthorn. But sometimes it helps to talk about them.
And sometimes it doesn't. Is that so hard to understand?
Don't be like that.
Fine. If it'll get you off my back. That ring he flashed was the work of Zoltan. We apprenticed together, back in the day.
You've never mentioned him before.
Why would I? Ain't seen him in decades, and the last time I did, we almost came to blows. The ring brought it all back. I could tell it was one of his the moment I saw it. Vast improved, though. More than I thought possible. That thing's a work of art.
So it was a nice ring. Worth a few gil, maybe. What's it matter to you?
It matters, because engraving metal's a nightmare, and I've got no bloody idea how he managed it. The fact is, I couldn't make anything even half that detailed.
So what? You're an armorer, not a jeweler.
I'm the Hideaway's master craftsman. I'm not stealing a living at some village forge. My armor keeps you lot safe, and my swords keep you dangerous. As far as I'm concerned, every swing of my hammer's another blow struck in the name of our cause. So I put my heart and soul into my work. Because the curse breakers deserve better than second best. And I refuse to be shown up by the likes of Zoltan.
Very well. Why don't we go and pay him a visit? Learn his secret.
I doubt he'd be too happy to see me.
Then just this once. Make peace with being second best. Swallow your pride, and focus all your energies on the task at hand. Keeping the curse breakers armed and armored. Provided you can do that, you'll hear no complaints from me. But if you can't, and it's going to distract you, we need to do something about it.
What'd you say, Blackthorn? You know he's right. It's not like you'll be going alone.
Right.
Magic. So, where do you reckon old what's-his-name is then? Zoltan, was it?
In Dravozd, my old village. He won't have left. He's the chief.
Dravozd, eh? That rings a bell. Not far from Tabor, right? Just north of the fields of Karava. Got that, Clive? Meet us at Dravozd as soon as you can, yeah? And I'll make sure Blackthorn don't get cold feet.
Good luck with that. I'll see you there.
Alright, so that takes care of almost everything I can pick up here. Just gotta come down here. God, I haven't been down this way at the Hideaway for quite a while.
The realm's crops are all being harvested early.
Sid, do you recall the flowers I had you bring back to the yard?
What's up, Danny boy?
Is something wrong?
I'm afraid so. I was able to get most of the Morganbeards to take root, but they rarely flower. I fear the soil here does not agree with them. However, I believe I have a solution.
I can't wait to hear it.
I'm going to marry the Morganbeards with Morbles. I know, but hear me out. Morbles are possessed of a highly choleric temperament. The fire which drives them appears to be maintained by an abundance of nutrient-rich ether drawn from their environs. I believe that by grafting a Morble vine to a Morganbeard, the appendage's wealth of vigor-inducing nutrients might well stimulate the flower to bloom. The endeavor, I assure you, is scientifically sound. I simply need a vine to prove the theory.
Well, I do need a Morgul flower, so...
Is a single vine from an ordinary Morble.
That is correct. A single vine. As for the Morble, I fear ordinary may not suffice. But, as luck would have it, a most extraordinary specimen is rumored to haunt the swamps of Rosaria. Why, a notice concerning this very creature was only recently posted on the hunt board.
How timely.
Well, I shan't keep you any longer. I know you have much to do, as do I. Where did I put my watering can?
Alright, so that's a couple different things I can do while I'm out and about taking care of business. Including apparently a hunt for a Morble. Which is good because I've been needing to find one. There's an item I need to make. Piece of armor. That I need a flower from a Morble.
If it's knowledge you seek,
To create.
plenty to guide you in your search.
Also need something called soiled linen, and I don't have the foggiest fucking idea where I'm getting that. Alright, well... Okay. Well, whatever. Alright, now, I need to go to the bathroom quick. And then grab some coffee. Give me a couple minutes. I'll be back. Y'all just hang tight. Alright, said to be out in this area somewhere. I have a notion of where holy shit, Arabella. Haven't seen you in here for a while. How you been? That's exactly what I suspected. It's going to be up here. And welcome back in, Arabella. I haven't seen you in here in a dog's age. Have you been avoiding me, woman? All right, then. I had to ask.
Nice try.
Come on, die, you giant fucking piece of shit. There we go. I'm gonna fuck him up. You think you're tricky there, Bubba. You're not. You just got knocked the fuck out.
That was definitely anything but ordinary. Now, let's get this vine back to the yard.
Yeah, they call it a Morble in this game, but we know them as Marbros in other Final Fantasy games, other variations. I don't understand the insistence on a different name entirely for exactly the same fucking creature. But, you know, whatever. And I don't necessarily hate Marbros. I mean, they could be a royal pain in the ass. Like, absolutely, they could be a royal pain in the ass. Toxic tentacle radish. That is, all things considered, a very apt description. But they're good for XP farming for a good chunk of basically any Final Fantasy game. Like, if I want to go XP farm in 10, I'm going to go find a place that spawns Marlboros. Like, there's absolutely no questions to that. I'm going to a place that spawns Marlboros. Because no matter how tough a fight that's going to end up being, and it will be, don't mistake that for an instant. It's going to be a bitch. It's a worthwhile fight.
In your wisdom, Tabor would be but a shadow of itself. It is the least we can do in return for your gen. This hospitality, my lord.
Hmm.
Got a scratch on them.
Yeah, like, I'm not saying that Marbros are fun creatures in a Final Fantasy game to fight. I have yet to see a Final Fantasy game where that holds any truth whatsoever. But they are worthy foes. Where is it? Huh.
Have you noticed
All right.
the Elder has been coughing less of late?
Yes, here's the scraps you're after. The free cities under siege.
I love riding on these.
Let's go.
Especially since you can actually actively control it entirely in this game. I love that. Most times in previous games, you can
Time to fight.
get point A to point B. That's about it. You don't have a whole lot of active control. Certainly not very much in the way of combat control. But in this one, you get combat control as well as active control. It's amazing. Love it.
Straight home now.
I love that ability. So nice. Waystone.
Kicked out already?
No. This charmer ain't letting anyone through.
Why are the gates closed?
Chief's orders. No one's allowed in without his say-so. Not that I'd have let you in anyway. You look like trouble. I suggest you go home.
That's what I'm trying to do, you little prick. You ain't changed a bit, have you, Snotty?
No. It isn't. Blackthorn.
Long time no see, eh?
What the hell are you doing here?
Well, it was meant to be a surprise, but since you are so nicely, I'm here to see Zoltan, you fucking numbskull. Now let us through.
All right. Just don't go starting anything with the chief.
I promise I won't throw the first punch. That good enough for you?
Go on then.
Much obliged.
So this is Dravosht. Not much going on, is there?
It's a smithing town. When I was a lad, you'd have to shout to be heard over the sound of hammer and anvil. Clive, you're good with people. You speak to Zoltan.
Hey, you ain't backing out now, are you?
There's a river of bad blood between me and the chief. But if someone can build me a bridge, then I'll cross it.
All right. I'll see what I can do.
I appreciate it.
All right, let's go talk to this clown.
It was our master's. He'd have inherited it when I left.
Forge on the hill.
Good luck. You'll be needing it.
But if we can't fire the forges, how are we going to earn our keep?
Shut your hole.
Mama, why hasn't Papa come back yet?
He's helping the chief with something very important. You go back inside now.
All right, Zoltan.
Hotter! Hotter, damn it! Those miserable flames wouldn't melt butter, let alone iron.
Pardon the intrusion. I'm looking for the chief.
That'd be me.
It's a pleasure to meet you.
I'll bet it is. Keep the gates closed, I tell him. Well done, Snotty. You're not welcome here. Get out. Before things turn nasty.
Blackthorn's here.
What did you say?
He's traveled a long way to see you.
Yes, has he?
He's waiting. Down by the gates.
Then I suggest you take him with you when you leave.
Didn't you apprentice together?
So what if we did?
Fuck! We're getting nowhere! These bearers' flames are next to bloody useless!
We're never going to be able to fire up the forges unless we can find some new crystals.
I'm a busy man, as you can see, so do me a favor and piss off. Oh, and if you're struggling to find your way out, ask Blackthorn. That prick knows exactly where the exit is. He's not wanted here, and neither are you.
All right. I'm going.
Oh, he's a nice guy, huh?
If this keeps up, we'll be ruined.
I thought I made myself clear. Piss off.
It's no use. The flames just aren't hot enough.
I suppose we could try working copper instead, if we had the ore.
Bollocks. So Bearer's magic's no more use than the crystals.
We could try making a bunch of them and do it at once.
Mama, why hasn't Papa come back yet?
He's helping the
But if we can't fire the forges, how are we going to earn our keep?
Shut your hole. The chief will think of something.
Let me guess. Zoltan told you to piss off.
As a personal favor to him, yes.
Well, at least he didn't beat about the bush.
There'll be no talking him round. Not after what I did.
Which is what exactly? If we're to help, we need to know. What turned the village against you?
I left. Dravost. Zoltan. The burden of leadership our dying master dropped in our laps. All of it. There are two kinds of smiths in this world, you see. My kind, who are in it for the love of the craft, who labour on a single piece from dawn to dusk to get it just right. And the other kind, who are in it for different reasons. People like Zoltan, whose work is quick and cheap. The kind of smiths who shit out a few hundred blades, reap the profit, and divvy it out among themselves. There wasn't a single day we weren't at each other's throats. And bit by bit, people started taking sides. You would have torn Dravost in half had it gone on. So, I left.
You didn't have to do that.
Zoltan's a better chief than I would have been. His way of doing things kept food on people's tables. Dravost prospered without me and my lofty ideals getting in the road. Until the crystals run out at any rate. Without magic to fire the furnaces, this place is as good as dead.
It depends on how you look at it, though. There's got to be other ways of making fire. We manage it in the Deadlands.
Thanks to Sid's ingenuity, yeah. He saw all of this coming. Knew crystals were the problem, not the solution. And spent years coming up with ways of doing without.
You know what I mean, though, right? Where there's a will, there's a way. What I'm trying to say is that it's not your fault. You couldn't have predicted this.
He's right.
It doesn't matter whose fault it is. I don't want to be the greatest smith alive just because I happen to be the last. Clive. Dravost won't last long without his furnaces. So, do you think it's time we shared Sid's bellows with the world? The way I see it, it's your decision to make.
Hold on, Blackthorn. Sid made those things for us. They give us an edge over the rest. And you'd be throwing it away.
But we can't let the world die.
Do it. This place was your home. I won't abandon it to its fate. Sid's creations were never meant to be hoarded. It was only ever a matter of time before we shared them. Let this be another step on the road to freeing Valisthea from the prison of the Crystal's blessing. Dravost will show the world that it's possible. Wouldn't you agree, August?
When you put it that way, of course. It's like hearing Sid speak from beyond the grave.
Thank you, Clive.
Shall I go and fetch the plans, then?
I know I'm off by heart. I'll be needing some help, though. Building a furnace isn't exactly a one-man job. Do us a favor and round up anyone strong enough to lug a brick or two with you, August.
All right, then.
And I've got a job for you too, Clive. Finding me some salamander skin. I need leather for the bellows and nothing else will withstand the heat. Luckily for us, salamanders feed out in the fields of Carava.
Time for a spot of hunting, then.
Oh, this ought to be fucking fun. Na 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 boo boo, you can't hit me. Pokemon in chat, folks. Get your Pokeballs out. Excellent. Quit looking in the mirror and trying to scare everybody there, Mooney. The only person that's scared is you. Tain't enough help in the world to fix that ugly mug.
Let's make this quick, shall we?
Kamehameha!
I dare say that will be enough for a decent set of bellows.
What's this all about then?
Don't know. Any trouble finding the skin?
Nothing I couldn't handle.
You only wish you had a better looking mug than mine. I'm too sexy for my clothes.
There should be plenty. Right then, time to put these labs to work.
Sexy, yeah.
Pulls their weight, we'll be finished in no time.
Well, I'll be damned. I honestly didn't think it'd work. But it's hot enough, all right. And without a single crystal in sight.
You know what this means, don't you?
I do, yeah. Dravost is saved.
Sorry about earlier. Take back everything I said. That thing you built us is an honest-to-God's marvel. You saved our village.
It's Blackthorn you should be thanking. He oversaw the construction.
Give this to him, would you?
What is it?
Pet Cole's cinders. After he left, I spent years trying to eke the most out of our forges. That there was my answer. Chuck it in the fire, and your forge will burn hotter for longer, which will do wonders for your steel.
Awesome.
For yours. Only fair. I've always envied Blackthorn. Since the day I became chief, I spent every spare moment trying to match up to the bastard. Sleepless nights at the Anvil will never bridge that gap, though. He's a genius. Plain and simple. The man Dravosht needed. But he took all his talent and left. Gifted and free. Is it any wonder I hate his guts?
The cinders would mean more coming from you.
I need to forgive him first. And that's not gonna happen.
Do you understand why he left Drevold?
You know what they say? Oriflamme weren't built in a day and all that. These things take time. Especially when they involve two geezers who hold grudges tighter than their hammers. What matters is, Blackthorn's got that twinkle back in his eye. And I'd call that a job well done.
So would I.
I reckon he's going to be at it a while yet, though, so why don't you head off without us? I'll see that the old git gets home safe and sound.
See that you both do. I'll save the cinders till then.
All right. It'll be a nice little surprise for him.
The old git.
These things are going to take some getting used to.
Yeah. Give it a week, and you'll wonder why you ever bother with crystals. Let's run through it again, shall we?
Repetition's one of the best teachers.
How's it staying so hot without a crystal?
Don't ask me, but whoever invented this thing was a fucking genius.
I'll bet the blacksmiths will be queuing up to buy you a drink now. Reckon you might have saved this town and everyone in it.
Yeah, that's not Blackthorn, is it? I thought I'd see his face in Dravosht again.
And the faster the flow, the hotter the flame. It's that simple.
And it doesn't need any magic at all?
I want a set of these bellows for our forge.
Well, I'm sure they'll make us some if you ask.
Oh yeah, sure. Just go out and kill a bunch of fire lizards. What could be fucking easier?
Farewell, traveller.
Oh, I see why they... Honestly, though, that would have been faster. Now I just...
Why? Your storm is as ripe.
And what can I do for you?
Sure.
Excellent choice.
I need a shit ton of money to get all that.
Come back again.
decide to fight.
Level up! Oops. Wrong way.
Enrique could have mentioned his spiders would be the size of curls. Hopefully one won't be enough. Rodrigo will have prepared the other room.
Alright, that'll be 3 quests that I get to turn in.
Cole said it was an army of Akashi. What will happen to Mid and the others?
Thank goodness you're back. Taya looks like she's about to collapse.
Is this what you needed?
Yes, it is. Thank you, Clive. I'm loath to give a patient Alicia, but Taya's right. Sometimes it's all we can do. A single dose.
Yeah, those missions were easy, Moon.
Pain, and all other sensation with it. It may be a gentle way to die, but it is death nonetheless. I wish there was another way.
Honestly, those missions were super easy.
How are you feeling?
Light.
Especially going after that mite.
Drifting on
That miteling, that was really...
Good.
Like, the thing didn't stand a chance against me, realistically.
The waves carry you to a better place.
Thank you, Taya. I'm so proud of you.
I mean, they were only like level 20, give or take.
He's gone. Thank you, Rodrigo. And you, Clive.
I'll see that he's properly laid to rest.
The man you helped today was my mentor, back in the Southern Isles, on the front lines of some meaningless war. I was still a child when they shipped me to their triage tents to treat the wounded with my gift. But in such blighted lands, I was next to useless. Until he taught me the true physicker's art, that is.
An art we would be lost without.
Tears of mercy were his gift to the bearers of the world. A respite from the agony of the curse's end.
And the kindness Sid would have approved of.
You know as well as I what life is like for a bearer soldier. Marched from one battle to the next, never knowing which might be your last. A commander may care nothing for the bearer spent in his service. But my mentor's gift gave the dying one fleeting moment of tranquility before the end. I've no tears left, Clive. I've seen too many of my friends taken. Something needs to change.
We're working on it.
To be the ones to change it.
And we will. I promise.
Doing what we can. Alright, 2 more quest turn-in stops.
Gentlemen, I see you both made it home in one piece.
Yeah, well, we didn't want to outstay our welcome. The whole village turned out for a go on the bellows after you left. Everyone except Zoltan has. Didn't see eye nor hair of him.
Oh, but that reminds me. I have something for you.
Pico Cinder. How'd you come by this? And you're sure he wanted me to have it?
I'm sure. He didn't say so, but I think he wants to forgive you.
Imagine that. Yeah. You know I could never leave this place, don't you? Every time you put on mail, you and the Curse Breakers are trusting me with your lives. There's no greater honor for a smith than that. I'm not about to go crawling back to Zoltan for forgiveness, but I will make good use of his cinder. And if that helps save even a single life, then he'll have my gratitude. What was it you said he called me? Huh? A genius? And he spent sleepless night trying to copy me, did he? Sounds like I better get to work. I've got a reputation to uphold.
It's good to see you back on form, Blackthorn.
I don't know how you pair put up with me sometimes. But I'm grateful all the same. Now, where was I? Oh yeah, about to put Zoltan back in his place.
Ain't got the art to tell him how similar they are. Stubborn bastards.
A little healthy competition should be good for him.
You're not wrong. Still, it's a shame him and Zoltan couldn't let bygones be bygones. No use grumbling about it now, though. Blackthorn's happy. Or as near to happy as he gets. And that's good enough for me.
That series of missions, little side quests, has been kind of fun. Little on the annoying side, because you got to go get a bunch of shit, but, you know, still fun.
Yep. So, what'll it be?
I just need the stone tongue for that. And for this, I just need that stained loincloth.
And?
He's a surly soaker.
Sid, I can't help but notice that your satchel is twitching in a most violent manner.
Yeah. It's your problem now.
What an amazing specimen. The flesh positively throbs with vitality. If I can successfully graft this to the Morgan
I'm working as hard as I can manage.
When I successfully graft this to the Morgan beards, I suspect the results will be immediate. I shall begin at once.
Yeah, I don't know that grafting that to the Morgan's beard, though, is going to be a smart idea. You may just be breeding another variation of a Morgul.
Witness how the Morgan beards have taken to the blighted soil. How they bloom with heretofore unseen vigor. Why, I dare say such a vine graft would yield similar results when applied to other specimens as well.
I'm glad I could be of assistance.
You've not only helped us, Sid, you've saved us. Do you recall the extract with which I provided you before? I took a moment to distill some more, but this time with the petals from the invigorated Morgan beards. And would you believe? Its potency has nearly doubled. You must accept this vial as thanks for your assistance. The rest, I shall give to Taya.
So, the last one about doubled the potency of my healing potions. I'm going to guess that's going to maybe quadruple the potency? Give or take. Oh, something in the infirmary. Wonder what now?
Cole said it was an army of Akashi. What will happen to Mid and the others?
Oh, I wasn't expecting you back so soon. You earned this. Best of luck out there, Sid.
Hello, Tarja.
Clive, I wanted to give you something for the kindness you showed my mentor.
What's this?
A chest of all the medicines you're ever likely to need. Seeing as you're so reluctant to come to the infirmary, I thought you might as well take a part of the infirmary with you.
I'm sure it will be very helpful indeed.
Okay.
And Taya, try not to work too hard.
And work Rodrigue all the harder, you mean? He's a quick study, but he's got a long way to go yet. I'll take that particular piece of advice when you heed it yourself, thank you very much. Besides, who else is going to see that your brother takes his medicine?
Who indeed?
Okay. What's the medicine chest exactly? I'm gonna make the guess that the items I need to forge those 2 pieces of armor I need, probably gonna get from like a quest or a special hunt of some kind. Most likely. So it's just going to be a matter of patience and time.
Let me help. I know my letters. Most of...
I was wondering when next you'd visit. I have a few new notes that might interest you. There is a rather fascinating excerpt I've been meaning to show you. If you have a question for me, I should be happy to answer it.
Alright, got him to level 6. Still not 100% certain exactly what that means or does for me. But, I mean, not arguing with it. Time to travel here.
Clive. My dad had it all worked out.
He'd be proud of you, Mid. His writings may have helped, but this achievement is all yours. Can we catch them?
The Aina is one of the largest, fastest vessels ever built. And it won't help she has the wind at her back. Any other ship would be hard-pressed to keep pace with her, let alone reel her in. But this isn't any other ship. This is the Enterprise!
Oh no, we've entered Star Trek!
Never seen anything like my dad's engine.
It certainly hasn't.
Clive, what do you know of Barnabas Thorne?
Pokeballs in chat, folks.
Only what the bards sing. And he sailed to Ash from southern lands. That it was his mastery of the blade which won him the throne. And that his sword, Odin's sword, can sever the very threads of creation. But don't lose any sleep over a last tilt. We'll do what we must to survive.
This not the first time that she's a woman.
The light! I thought this cove was meant to be hidden.
Apparently she's been a woman in at least one other Final Fantasy.
Mid!
A goddess or something, no less.
Hold them off until the ship is ready. But hurry!
Bollocks! All hands! Man your stations!
Everyone with me?
All right, so let me look this up because I looked it up a little bit the other day just to kind of get some history of the character because I don't remember a mid in any of the Final Fantasies I've played, but most of them I haven't put a great deal of time into. So you can't necessarily take what I'm saying as end all be all. So in the game Final Fantasy Brave Exvius, she is a member of something called the Orders, ranking 8th in that particular group. She's called the Theta Star of the Orders and the estranged daughter of Cid. Apparently approximately 700 years old, appearing to be 20. Very revealing set of armor, but I mean, it's Japanese, it's an RPG/JRPG, and it's a female character. Of course the armor's revealing, as are the outfits. Apparently, one of the recurring traits to the character of Cid that when she shows up in a game is that she's always related to Mid. Mid is always related to Cid somehow in any game in which a character appears. That's apparently one of the recurring traits. There's one in which Mid's the grandson of Cid. I think that may be Final Fantasy V. No, that's Final Fantasy IV, the After Years. Mid also appears in Final Fantasy V as Mid Previa. Also, again, as the grandson of Cid. In Final Fantasy Legend of the Crystals, apparently an anime sequel that takes place after the events of FF5, the character shows up. In Final Fantasy XI, Seekers of Adulin, the character's full name is Midras, and he is a non-playable character, also known as Mid or Junior. He is the son of Cid, working with the Avengers Coalition in Western Adulin. In Final Fantasy XII, he's called Famran Maid Bonanza, and is the son of Sidolphus Demon Bunasa. The middle name is romanicized as Maed, but is pronounced and written in Japanese the same way as a recurring character, so Mid. In Final Fantasy XIV, the character is called Midas Garland, and he appears as the father of Cid Garland. In Final Fantasy 15, Cid Safier's late son and Cindy Auram's father is called Mid. So if I remember who the character of Cindy Auram is, that's the mechanic chick at the one gas station stop place. And then in this game, her full name is Midodol Telemon, and she is the adopted daughter of Sidolphus Telemon, a.k.a. Cid, who comes to the hideaway to assist Clive Rossfield with her engineering skills. I've already mentioned her character in FF Brave Exvius. Apparently, she's also estranged from her father in that game. That's all the variations that this article has. So, she has appeared as a character in Final Fantasy games, apparently quite a few times. Mostly as a male. Apparently it's been fairly recent that the characters become female.
Here they come.
So I don't know, I would say it's gender swapping, because you have to realize that outside of games like 11 and 14, it's been very rare that Final Fantasy worlds tend to cross over one with another. They're all usually situated on their own plane of existence in the Final Fantasy multiverse. So I would say it's less that the characters are gender swapped, because I don't believe that's the case. It's more that the characters are just separate individual characters specific to their unique universes in the Final Fantasy multiverse. They're not all the same character.
I haven't got this alive in 20 summers. Come on there. Which of you lot fancies meeting Ogre Killer next?
I thought it was called Heartbreaker.
Well, you're also trying to look at it, I think, from the sense of the characters all being the same universe, and they're not. They're not. The characters are not all from the same. The characters are from entirely separate Final Fantasy universes. There is little to no real similarity on average between a character in one Final Fantasy universe versus that same character in a different Final Fantasy universe. And, you know, trying to look at it from the point where they're all the same from the same universe is a flawed point of view. And I don't say that to be mean, okay? I kind of get where you're trying to come from with this. I do. And I understand that thinking about and incorporating a multiversal theory into any franchise is a royal pain in the ass. I mean, look what's happened in franchises like Marvel, DC, to a limited degree, Star Trek, now with the bullshit with Star Wars and Disney, and Power Rangers, Kamen Rider. It can be hard to craft that in and to understand it in the sense of those particular franchises. So I get where you're coming from. But you also, and this is something I have to struggle with remembering, but it is a truism nonetheless. We have been making fantasy creations in various forms of media now for hundreds of years, even thousands of years. I mean, some of the earliest carbon-dated writings that we have that aren't like cave paintings or something like that go back, I think, upwards of 7 or 8 or even 10,000 years at a minimum. Over that period of time, we have used virtually, if not literally, every possible new idea someone could conceive in the deepest, darkest corners of their mind to form some form of a media. Whether it's television, whether it's video games, whether it's films, comics, manga, computer games, novellas, poetry, what have you. It's difficult at this point in human evolution, in human society, to conceive of something entirely brand new that has never, ever been used before. And that's something, when you think about this kind of thing, that's something you have to keep in mind. Because, let me give you an example. I enjoy a good drama series. I do. I also enjoy a good fantasy or a good science fiction series, or a series that combines any of those elements into one. Huge fan of Xena, huge fan of Hercules, The Legendary Journeys, the Law and Order series, for the most part, the NCIS series, the Marvel stuff that's been done, Star Wars, Star Trek, just to give a short list. Huge fan. But I think one thing that the fandoms for any of these things that turn out to be more than a single series, especially if that series is only like a couple of seasons at most, one thing I think fandoms tend to forget more often than not is that we are, somewhere between 7,000 to 10,000 years at a minimum removed from the very first things written down on things like ancient vellum or papyrus or other ancient forms of paper or something that's similar to paper. We are literally eons and millennia out from these things. Okay, from when they were first created and the first things were written down and, all of that. It's been thousands and thousands of years since entertainment media of any kind was first introduced, was first created. And in that time, pretty much any conceivable possible idea that was new that could be used to create something new for a franchise, or just, a short-term piece of entertainment that can be enjoyed again and again and again and again, off and on over the course of one's life, has been basically used. I like watching a good crime drama or a good real crime series. But as I go through all these streaming services I have access to, and I look through for stuff to watch that I haven't watched yet, what I'm finding is that the vast majority of what I see is basically a variation on the same fucking idea, just over and 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 over again. There's not a lot that's different between one show to the next show or one film to the next film when you look into a long-standing franchise or fandom anymore. And there really hasn't been for going on, 30 years, give or take? Maybe longer? It's all been, well, maybe not all, but the vast majority of it, again, I would say somewhere to the tune of at least 75 to 85% is just a variation on a different theme, or on a already used theme, an already used thing in that form of media. Let me give you another example. There are two series of books, which three series of books, actually, that I love to death. Like, I am, the biggest fan of these three book series. Those book series are Lord of the Rings and Middle-earth by J.R.R. Tolkien, the Wheel of Time series by Robert Jordan, and a series of books called the Wars of Light and Shadow by a wonderful author, a wonderful lady named Jenny Wirtz. And while each series has its own unique quirks, its own unique aspects to each series, which gives it at least a minor differential from other similar series, the problem I run into is that each one of those series, all three of them, are variations on essentially the same basic premise, the same basic theme. Sure, names have been changed, locations have been changed, etc., to give it that feeling of authenticity and newness. But the truth is, they are all variations on the exact same premise, the exact same fucking theme. So it is understandable, given that knowledge, that you would see a series that's been going on for the better part of what, 30 or 40 years now. Because, I mean, fuck, the first Final Fantasy in America came out on what? The PS1, or not the PS1, I think it was like either the NES or the SNES. Shit. I don't remember which. I know it was a long fucking time ago. Okay, so, and I don't know if this release was the Japanese or the American release. But the first ever Final Fantasy game, according at least to Wikipedia, which is not always the most reliable website to gain information from, was in 1987. Released by, or developed by Square Enix, published by Square Enix and Nintendo, and released on the NES, December 18th, 1987. So think about that. I turned 8 years old in 1987, and I am 45 years old now. In 3 short years, not even 3 years, about 2.25 years, Final Fantasy as a series will be 40 years old, if my math is right. Yeah, 40 years old, which means that this series of games, this franchise, is only 8 years younger than I am. So, I hate doing math. That means at the moment, this franchise is currently 37 years old. Think about that. There is no video game franchise I know of, other than Mario, that is as old or older than this series is, this franchise, and is still going on. And there are very few franchises I'm aware of
Clive?
that have as many entries into the franchise as Final Fantasy or Mario Brothers.
Sleipnir is no man, but a creation of Odin.
That said something about the longevity of the franchise.
Fundament. Have you no normal enemies? around. Of course we are.
Yeah, I know. It's this fucking jackass.
My boy, there was a time people called me the Executioner. Or was it my axe? No matter, heads will roll all the same. Ned, new plan! You leave, we follow!
Follow? Swimming, are you? Oh, bugger me! Weigh anchor! Engine's dead slow ahead!
Have care, my friends. 'Tis not blood that runs through Eddie's veins. These foes will not fall easily, but they will fall.
Like oaks before a woodman's axe. Good thing I brought one!
How long are we meant to keep this up?
As long as it takes. Unless you have a better idea.
Well, I've already killed at least 5 of the bastards. Fuck it. Let's do the lot.
Nice try.
I've killed like a dozen of these guys at this point.
Should we make for the ship? Not yet. Wait for my signal.
In your own time, Clive!
Right, run for it!
Shoulder check! I love that fucking hockey check. That was nice. Get it, Clive! Little help. Little help, folks.
Now, mate!
Alright, engine full ahead! And hold on tight!
Oh shit, it's time for me to raid this train out. I'm gonna still be on for another about 3 hours. So if anybody wants to come on back, please feel free. But enjoy the next streamer. She is currently playing. Give me a moment. Dying Light, by all appearances.
That's quite a mess you've made. And wholly unnecessary.
You are my offering to Mythos. I would not see you damaged.
Now back to your stations! Every bell spent treading water puts another league between us and the galleon.
So enjoy the stream, and I will see you when next I see one or more of you. Come back into my chat room. Like I said, I'll be on for about another 3 hours, give or take a few minutes.
Since you rose from the grave, my fortunes have plummeted. Are you absolutely certain of this quest of yours, Clive? The foes you face are as terrible as they are numerous.
Aye. And they'd have us live and die on their terms, which should answer your question.
Ha! You have that same stubborn look as your father did when he set his mind to something. On the battlefield, I am but a single axe. A deadly one, mind, but a single one nonetheless. Yet what you require is 1,000, and I believe my old friend in Brandalar can provide them. Take care, Clive. I have many more tales of your father's exploits to share. And I cannot very well do that if you're dead. Again.
Good luck, Uncle. And may fair winds attend you.
As for you, Joshua, take care.
I shall do my best, Uncle.
Farewell, my nephews. When next you see me, it shall be with an army at my back.
Or a sword through your heart. I mean, with Byron, it could go either way pretty easily. I'm not going to lie.
Do keep up, my boy.
Well, we can't have him showing us up now, can we?
We would never hear the end of it.
I mean, he's right.
Great God of mercy. All this. What have I done?
My lord.
Well, thank goodness I completed all those little side quests and shit. I can't even go back to the hideaway.
between here and Waloed. But any ship heading north has to round Zemeckis and put through the Narrow. Maintain our current bearing north-northeast, and we'll catch the Black Galleon before she vanishes again.
What's to prevent her from circling around Ash from the south?
With these winds in those waters, it'd take him forever and a fortnight to reach Stonehere.
Mid knows what she's talking about, Clive. Better than any of us lot, anyway. I say we do as she tells.
Sails on the horizon.
She's ours. Look alive, boys! Full ahead! And keep those furnaces fed!
Aye, aye. Do you feel that,
Jill?
All hands! Battle stations! Let's see what this girl can do.
Where one leads, so does the other follow. A bond of consciousness which joins them, condemning both to the same fate. Yet my every attempt to strike it from their hearts serves only to tighten its hold. Fascinating. But then, there is naught my blade cannot sever.
Great Gregor's gosh!
Barnabas.
On a port! Heads down, you brutes! And brace for impact!
It's now or never. I'll find her.
At the starboard!
Where did you hide her, Barnabas?
Captain down!
Well, I don't know. That'd be something you'd have to ask the creative team. But it has been a trend with games and TV shows and shit that we are getting more and more foreign actors doing voices and stuff in shows and games and stuff, which, I mean, I'm not necessarily against, but I do find it kind of annoying for a series like this. I would honestly prefer if the voice actors were American. Or not American, but Japanese. This is a Japanese series. It's a Japanese franchise. I think it would do well to pay homage to the country that created it. So what I think they should do is find Japanese voice actors that can speak, you know, a myriad of other languages for the other countries in which this game is, or any Final Fantasy game is likely to be released in. And have those actors do the voices in the language appropriate for the nationality that's needed, like American, French, German, etc. That would pay homage to the country that created the franchise, while still making sure that the language barrier is more or less non-existent, if you understand what I mean. All right, give me a second. I got to deal with something here. Yeah, it's going to turn out to be one of them days where just a lot of little shit here and there. Nobody's fault, really. It happens. Now, where the fuck? There's no more living enemies. Ah. Like, where the fuck am I supposed to go here? God damn it.
Proper fight at last. We're all going to die. Son of Butcher's Bill.
I need to hurry. Hold on. I'm coming. For both of you.
Nice try, fat boy. None of your spells and trickery, jackass.
She must be here somewhere.
Okay. Fought so hard to get all the way up to here. Now what? In here? Alright.
What the hell are you?
I'm your nightmares made flesh.
I can't feel my leg.
She won't take us yet.
I am your leader's bane. I am Captain Planet!
Jill!
You came.
Get back.
Clive, how did you...
I'll explain later. Hands. Can you walk?
Out of here I can.
Alright, Pop. I always appreciate when you pop on by.
Phoenix. Are you not the dominant of fire? I see naught before me but a guttering flame.
In earnest then.
Nice shield. Gave the ship time to move. Probably the one thing that'd save her ass. That one, on the other hand, is fucked. Kinda, yeah. I'm a little mystified. Oh, there it goes.
To where?
Never mind.
What did you do to Joshua?
The Phoenix? Oh, I expect he will survive. This consciousness in which you coil your feeble souls is grown thick with desperation. And thus has my master turned to my blade. The world will soon be painted in black. And all that live shall gather in death's autumn wake.
Not if we remove the cause of this misery. Not if we destroy the last of the Mother Crystals and restore balance to the world.
Come. Do you truly think it's so simple? The Blight is inevitable. Not even the Almighty might stop its endless march. Your efforts will avail us naught. Naught, that is, but suffering. You must embrace the truth, Mythos. Accept your place with the Lord.
Keep it. As long as there's a chance, there's a choice.
He's not wrong.
Led astray by your blind resolve.
Damn, I'm out of coffee.
Now, it is time you learn the inevitability of your divine fate. However much it may hurt.
Get as far away as you can.
Clive, no.
Trust me, Jill.
We don't have to do this.
Oh, but we do. If only to remind you of your duty. In the short time since our last meeting, you have grown much. Yet as a vessel, I fear my lord will still find you lacking.
Pokeballs into chat, folks. Pokemon got loose.
Defend yourself.
All this fire and fury, and for what? Stopping the blight. A foolish notion fed to you by a foolish man.
How dare you?
You know naught of this world nor of our place in it. If our fates were so easily rewritten, we would all be gods. Rise, Mythos. Raise the bar. sway you. There are other means of persuasion that might.
Too slow. Get him!
Fuck you, jackass! Will I get the full dragon? Yes! Haha! Nice!
You will assume the mantle you've been given. And this is the light of hope severed. You would yield so soon. Never.
Clive!
Do you not see? Your iron will weighs you down, dragging you ever further from your purpose.
And what is my purpose?
Mythos. Who are we? What are the dominants? The breath of the Creator still warm on our lips. We carry his light that we might guide the masses in his name. We are but mighty acts of God.
That's a bit presumptuous.
You would be nothing without what he has granted you. The power we wield is his, and yet every time we draw upon it, it wears away at our very being. It breaks us, it unmakes us, that its immaculate aspect might reveal itself. The icon. It is too much for even his chosen few. Apart from you, Mythos, you wield the might of many, yet your body does not answer for its avarice.
What are you saying?
What I am saying is that we dominants are a means to an end. We were created for you, that you might drink deep of our strength and thereby fulfill your divine purpose.
Which is?
To feed. As you would know, could you only look beyond the walls of your prison of self-regard. As long as you choose to ignore this, you shall never penetrate my defenses. Still, you may take solace in the fact that you are not alone in your plight. The chains of volition shackle all of mankind, but there is yet cause to rejoice. For the Lord, in his mercy, has taken pity on his flawed creations, and shall see them restored to their proper forms.
I don't like the sound of that.
Why, loyal servants to God.
No.
Manners, Lord Rossfield? They are men, like you and me. Albeit ones unburdened by the wills that drive our kind to madness. They are pure. They are divine.
You mean to turn everyone Akashic?
Not turn, Mythos. Turn back. For too long has mankind been led astray by their clamorous wills. It is time they return to a world of quiet equality, where they might once more know salvation.
Salvation! And abandon everything we hold dear!
We don't need your salvation. We'll save ourselves, and we'll do it on our own terms. Not yours. And not your gods.
With every defiant expression of your will, the tighter the chains of consciousness become. But perhaps that fact may be put to use.
Clive!
The faster it binds you to the remaining dominance, the stronger your hunger will become.
Until it leads you back to the only answer there ever was. Mayhap not by the path my master intended, but back all the same.
I was waiting for when that was going to happen.
I could freeze a path.
You're in no fit state.
Probably not, but I can try. Don't look back!
Oh, the consequences of that? Not gonna be good. All right, now that we're out of that particular section and I am out of coffee, I need to go to the bathroom, grab some coffee. I'll be back in a short time. Y'all just hang tight.
the others are safe.
The Enterprise was clear of the gap when we fell. They made it, Jill. And they will have seen the ice where it led.
We need only wait till dawn.
Well, damn, there's a scene for you.
This is the second time Barnabas has bested me. Powerless against him.
And maybe there really is nothing else for it but to give yourself to his master. Only you won't do that. The Clive I know would never do that.
So you believe? But do you really know me? If what Barnabas said was true, then I'm more monster than man. And each time I summon the flames from within, I burn away the things that make me who I am.
Do you, though? Think of what you've used that power for. Of all the people you've saved. It doesn't matter how or by whom it was granted. Only how you choose to use it.
I mean, she's not entirely wrong.
You've chosen to use it for good, haven't you?
I've also used it to kill. What if that's my purpose? What if it's all I'm good for?
Chillax, Clive.
You're still that same boy I grew up with. Always so eager to save everyone around you, and yet always so alone. Because you failed to realize the one thing that needed saving most of all. You, Clive. You. You never once took the time to save yourself.
Myself. I think I might be beyond saving.
No one is beyond saving. Provided they want to be saved. You fight to survive. And you survive so that you may protect those you love. It's what you do.
Is there going to be an actual sex scene in this? I'd heard rumors that there was, but...
And I know you're not about to change. So I'm going to help you. To give you what you need to protect us all.
Jill. Are you sure? If this is what you want, then...
Don't worry, Clive. It is.
Aww. Kind of disappointed. I was hoping there'd be more to this than that. I mean, shit, they get your fucking hopes all up. You know, have sitting there all fucking naked and
But I'm not alone.
fucking tease you. Fucking pricks.
These burdens I carry. My sins, my pain, my sorrow. I see now that they are all a part of me.
Now, I have Shiva. Brand new power set.
If I'm to continue on, having pledged my life to those I love, then I will gladly bear your burdens too, until my last breath.
Clive.
I promise you, Jill, we will find a way to escape this fate. Find a way to save each other. That we might one day look upon the moon again, together.
And I promise you, Clive, that I will be there, no matter what you must become.
I know. I never thought a smile could bring me so much joy.
Oh, so they're not going to do nothing but just tease you. They give you a little something for you know, all that. Okay.
What of Barnabas? Do we pursue him?
No. Our paths will cross again soon enough. Whether we like it or not. Besides, there is something we must do first.
Of course. Drake's spine. The last Mother Crystal.
The Einherjar is at the bottom of the sea. Waloed won't dare move on Storm without her.
How much you want to bet Waloed has another one or two of them in stock?
We'll need a plan. And a damn good one at that.
Then let's go home and find one. Ash will have to wait.
Hey, look, trophy earned. The Promise. Apparently, I became one. I'm assuming that means he banged Jill. Or took a portion of the strength of Shiva or something to that effect. Time to go home.
Mead says Odin split the sea in two. She's always been partial to a tall tale. But there's tall, and then there's tall.
I struggle to believe it myself.
I see your uncle isn't with you.
He stayed with the Enterprise. After our brush with the Einherja, she was in urgent need of repair. And my uncle knows a shipwright in Randalar. We're to join him there when we're ready to sail for Ash.
You sure that's wise? Last I heard, the place was still overrun with Akashic.
Show me a city where that isn't true. Ultima's plague is spreading.
We're running out of time, aren't we? We've done our best to shore up that hideaway. I doubt a few planks will stop what's coming. Still, we'll keep at it. Every little helps, I suppose.
Let's hope so. I should visit Joshua. Assuming Talia will allow it.
Clive! Quick look.
Pokeballs in chat, folks. We've got a Pokemon loose.
Always something in there.
Through Orcish lands.
With Canva in the hands of Akashic, we'll need to find another port. Preferably one as well hidden as the Ironworks.
Ah, Sid. Just the man I was hoping to see. Did you have a mo?
Don't tell me. You need more bomb ash.
Oh no, we still got plenty of that left. I'm working on bringing another one of the Chief's designs to life. This time, it's a new smelter. It's got a reverberatory hood over the top for additional thermo amplification and a system of reciprocal recirculatory regenerators that let's just say it's very blimmin' hot. A heck of a lot hotter than anything Blackthorn's got in his forge, that's for certain. Only Mithril engines get hotter. You can't chuck ore in one of them and get metal out the other end. Trouble is, we won't be able to make out of any old rubbish neither. We need the good stuff. And I hear you once helped Helena get her hands on exactly that. Any chance you could help me too?
Sure.
For the good of the hideaway, I'd be happy to.
Oh, it is. I promise you.
So, what exactly is this good stuff you need me to find?
We've got a couple of examples here. Spherical echoes, we call them.
More fallen materials. So this smelter is similar to the Mithril engine in more ways than one.
That's right. They're a bit like the thermal helms. Fallen ceramics deal with heat like nothing else, see? And what's more, They're directional, transferring heat from the inside to the outside. But these things, they're all outside. If we line the hub with them, they'll reflect the heat right back into the furnace. We've collected as many as we can, and I know where we can get the rest. Trouble is, they're all watched over by their bigger, uglier cousins.
So you want me to visit some ruins, destroy some echoes, and bring back the spheres they're guarding?
That's it in a nutshell, yeah. We're only 3 short, mind, and we know exactly where they are. There's one up Amber Way, in that ruin that they call Lost Plume, and another in the Silent South, over in Dalmekia. Last one is in the ruins of Advent, which is in the Empire.
All right then. Wish me luck.
It'll do. I'll be keeping all my fingers and toes crossed.
Okay. I guess all I could say to that is, for science!
Back again? What is it that you wish to learn? Study it well, Clive. Thus ends today's lesson.
Heard the bad news then, did you?
What bad news?
About Dravost. Blackthorn's old haunt. With the forge and all that. Well, anyway, the mine's just down the road from there, are spewing out ether like no one's business.
And the village?
Safe from the flood for now, but they've got other problems. Akashic. Every creature in the area is either turned, or on the way to turning, apparently. Zoltan and the others are living on borrowed time. They need help, and quick. Doris sent a few curse breakers to keep an eye on things, but there's only so much a couple of scouts can do. Except get eaten. If something ain't done soon, the old place will be overrun.
I won't let that happen.
Didn't think you would.
Does Blackthorn know?
I thought it might be better if he didn't. He'd only do something stupid. You reckon we should tell him?
No. It's better this way.
Yeah, well, I can't stand about knowing what's happening out there, so I'm off. I'll see you in Dravost.
How do you split the sea, you reckon? I reckon we're better off not knowing.
Well, I reckon that quest should be
Covered in nicks and lumps, the lot of them. It's a wonder they can still walk.
pretty easy.
It's a wonder they made it back at all. I heard Odin was there.
Come back.
Don't tell me we've run out of Papio nuts and all.
Clive. If you're gonna buy some, be quick about it. Finished, are you? The stew's awfully thin these days.
What do I owe the honour? So, what'd it be? Did last you a good while. Anything else? Yeah. The weight of all that shit. Clever girl, that one.
Yo! Holy shit, there's a name I ain't seen in a dog's age. What's up, Tidal Wave? You should join their Tidal Wave. Yeah, I've been more or less all right.
There's no way of knowing if Doris will confide in me, but I can speak to her at least.
Where the hell have you been hiding? I haven't seen a notification for you or nothing at all in, like, forever.
The stew's awfully thin these days.
What do you expect? Farmers are...
Where are you?
Can I help you, Sid?
I'm looking for Doris. Is she here?
I'm afraid not. She's at Martha's Rest on a job. My job, actually. When she heard what the mission was, she insisted on going herself. Alone.
Did she? What was the mission?
Following up on some new information. Once they'd settled in, the bearers you helped liberate in the Dragon's area were keen to talk about their imprisonment. And about their captor.
The slaver Cole's team were tracking when they were attacked by the Beastmen. I'll go and find her. She's at Martha's Rest, you say?
If she's not moved on already, yes. I hope everything's all right.
Why would Doris insist on going alone? Maybe Cole was right to be worried.
I said I'm from Jamaica. And there she lives me. Yeah, you can live in South Africa, do you? That's what I'm saying. So it's almost like I actually wanted to. It is British, don't you know?
Nora should be somewhere nearby. Assuming she's still here.
Just because the heavens have gone to Rackaroon, it don't mean we have to. Now, let's get...
Anything catch your eye? Pretty well.
Ah, Clive. I was just about to send for you.
Hey, look, there's a Pokemon in the chat room, folks.
Seeds for planting. Thought it was about time they started growing their own food. I'll keep providing them with whatever they need in the meantime, of course. But if East Pool's going to survive, it's got to be able to fend for itself. As of those poor bearers. They've lived their whole lives in servitude, but now they're their own masters. Small wonder they ain't got the foggiest how to provide for themselves. So it's up to us to teach them. And if you're wondering why you, well, the Wagoneers taking supplies up that way have been coming back with more and more reports of Akashic around the village of late. Sir Wade's putting a brave face on it, but I think even he's starting to worry. And if he's likely to share those concerns with anyone, it's you.
All right.
Thanks. Wouldn't ask if I didn't have to. There. That should be enough to keep them in Gazal Greens for a few years at least.
Gazal Greens?
Not the most mouth-watering crop, I'll admit. But they're hardy, they grow fast, and they fill a hole. Better that than something that'll wither away at first frost. And Chocobos
They
love 'em
fill a
too,
hole.
which is no small thing. When I say all of us need to pull together to get East Pool back on its feet, I mean all of us. They ain't exactly succulent, but cook 'em right, and they're just about bearable.
I'll take your word for it.
Anyway, Sir Wade'll know what to do with them. And if he don't, well, I'll go up there and show him myself.
I'm sure you will.
It doesn't still hurt, does it?
It's been a pleasure, Doris. Just like old times.
I'll give your offer some thought, my lady.
How goes the investigation?
Sid, what brings you to Martha's Rest?
You. I heard you were out here on your own, tracking our slaver. I trust you're being careful.
Of course. And it had to be me. The bearers from the Dragon's Eyrie confirmed a long-held suspicion of mine that the slaver we've been tracking is an old acquaintance. She's no fool. If we'd come in force, she would have spotted us straight away, and then vanished without a trace.
That was her just now, wasn't it? So, was it a fruitful reunion?
I'd say so. She tried to recruit me. Seems her time in Rosaria is coming to an end. She's abducted bearers from across the region and is looking to smuggle them back into Sambrek. After her brush with those beastmen on the road to Northreach, she hired herself an Imperial escort, which she wants me to join. She's dangerous, Sid, but I think I can stop her.
Then I'm going with you. I'll take care of the escort. You can see the bearers to safety. Where are they?
The Baum Archers, soon to break camp. You go on ahead. I'll follow once I've sent word back to the hideaway.
Alright. Time to go ruin somebody's fucking day. But first, let's show the pup the bestest boy in the game. Let's show him a little love and affections. Now, we'll come up here first and take care of this.
I've heard the Guardian saying we're supposed to grow our own food.
The victuals Martha sends us are more than enough for me.
Ah, here we go.
Ah, Lord Rossfield. What brings you to Eastpool?
A delivery from Martha.
These are Gizal green seeds. Martha's keen to cut the apron strings, then, is she? I jest, of course. You see, I had thought we might be able to revive the old wheat fields, but they'd long since gone to seed, only without the seeds.
Martha was hoping you might be able to show the bearers how to plant and tend these, so that they'll be able to fend for themselves.
That's not a bad idea. These bearers had only recently escaped their bonds before we brought them here. They know little of freedom, of providing for themselves and their loved ones. Unless we teach them how to live like free men, I fear that all we have achieved in bringing them here is to exchange one master for another. Not that myself and the Guardians have been the best example to them so far, subsisting almost entirely on Martha's charity as we do. It's about time we all started to provide for ourselves, bearers and Guardians alike.
All right. I like the attitude.
We've been a little too busy of late to focus on much besides bolstering our defenses. There have been alarming reports of...
The Horde is closing in. They're coming, so wait, all of them.
Time it all. I thought we'd have more time. Gather the men in the square. Send to the rest for reinforcements.
Yes, so wait.
The Horde.
A Kashek, a veritable legion of them. They've been seen prowling around the northern reaches for a while now. We don't have the numbers to hold back a swarm that size. I had hoped to build a perimeter wall so that myself and the Guardians might be able to defend the village, but...
Now you're out of time.
Precisely. If reinforcements from the rest arrive before they do, we may just scrape through, but I fear that's rather an enormous if.
What if
I got it.
Call on reinforcements from Eastpool?
You mean the bearers? We brought them here so they might live, not die, fighting for their lives.
So wait. You said you lack men to defend the village. Are the bearers not men? Do they not wish to see Eastpool saved? Though they may not be trained soldiers like your Guardians. What help they are able to offer could still prove the difference between victory and defeat.
You're right,
Let's
my lord.
do it.
I will appeal to them. My friends, I humbly beg your aid. We Guardians are few and our enemies many. But I swear we can defeat them with you at our side.
You would send us to the slaughter, to serve as bait for those fiends so that you and your men might be spared. And to think we trusted you. Say what you will, a home is not worth dying for.
But it is worth fighting for. Sir Wade fights to give you lot a chance. Just like I do. Just like Sid does. We all wanted to give you a home where you could be free. And you got one, didn't you? This place, Eastpool. This is your village. Your home. And if you don't fight to protect what's yours, you'll lose it. You know I'm right. This world wants to take everything from you. Everything. Your homes, your freedom, your very lives. So then, are you going to stand by and let that happen to you? Are you going to accept fate like good little Bran did and die, having never stood up for yourselves? Or will you fight like free men and women?
A frying pan. Seems appropriate for the character. I love it. It's fucking great.
All right. Give me a sword. I never dreamt I'd have a home of my own. And now that I have, I don't want to lose it. I will protect what's mine, or die trying.
We all will. Free men and women, fighting together. For Eastpool! For Eastpool!
Thank you, Martha.
Don't mention it. Just promise me one thing. That you'll show them how freeborn fight.
Gladly.
Well, this should be a halfway decent fight. Assuming I get to participate.
Well, if it was numbers you were lacking, you certainly won't be now.
Thanks to you.
Me? Oh, I just love the sound of my own voice.
Lord Rossfield, my lady, we're ready.
So what's the plan of action?
We'll divide our forces into several small detachments, each made up of guardians, bearers, and guards from the rest. These will position themselves at strategic points around the village. Upon engaging with the Akashic, each detachment will keep the creatures occupied as best they can, steadily retreating all the while.
You're going to lure them into the village?
I am. We will have neither the time nor the resources to treat the wounded, so injuries must be avoided at all costs. Instead, we will focus purely on defense at first. By coordinating our withdrawal through the use of messengers drawn from among the bearers, we will aim to have the swarm converge at a point of our choosing. With luck, that point will be the village square. The perfect place for our most able warriors to surround them and fall upon them. And for you and I to finish them off.
A sound plan, but one that'll require a leader with a cool head and strong nerves to coordinate the retreat. I'd say you have both in abundance, Await, but you'll be needed. Please, leave the last of the fighting to me.
Ha! And let you have all the glory.
Wait! They're here!
Then you know what you must do. We work together, everyone playing their part, each shielding the other that no man might fall, that Eastpool might live on. For Rosaria!
For Rosaria!
We've no time to argue, my lord. I'll do as you ask.
And I will do as you ask.
Suppose we'd better do our bit too then, eh?
Right you are, Martha.
I get the feeling that picking a fight with Martha is asking to lose for the majority of people in this world. And that includes quite a few trained soldiers.
And here it comes. I will not let this village fall.
Yeah, you fuckers were dead before you knew. Pokeballs in chat.
Looks like that's the last of them.
Lord Rushfield, change of plan.
What is it?
Owl from the rest. An Akashic Curl's been sighted on Rhiannon's ride and is headed in their direction.
Well, the better half of her guard is here. So wait, how many Akashic remain in Eastpool?
Hard to say. My men are still facing some resistance, but I think the worst is behind us. I could order a detachment or two to fall back and...
No. Let them finish the job. You stay here too, Sir Wade. Your men need you. I'll go after the Curl. Join me only when Eastpool is won.
If you're sure, my lord. May the Founder protect you.
Aww. Little fuckers.
Next one's mine. I might not know one end of a sword from the other, but I can roast the bastards.
All right, but stay with me. We fight as one.
Ready, go?
Hello, Ambrosia.
Faster!
The White Hot.
All right.
That's a big coral. And that's a significant win. Where I don't think I took more than a hint of damage.
Lord Rosfield, the Curl, is it?
It's dead.
Thank the Founder for that. And for you, my lord. We were able to eradicate the rest of the Horde. I have guardians posted around the village to keep watch for further attacks, but all seems quiet for now. I hesitate to say it, but I think it might be over.
I think it might.
We did it. We saved Eastpool.
Aye, you did?
Thank you, my friends. Thank you.
No, Sir Wade. It's us who should be thanking you. You brought us together. Showed us what it means to fight for what you hold dear.
We never had nothing to call our own before. We didn't know what it meant to protect it, but now we do. We really do.
Forgive us, Sir Wade. You and your people saved us, and still we doubted you. But there's no doubt in my mind anymore. We're free men now, so we have to start acting like it. We have to fight to protect what's ours, to protect Eastpool.
And we shall. We all shall. Together.
This is our home, and if anyone or anything tries to take it away, they'll have us to answer to.
Come on then. Let's get to work.
This village isn't gonna rebuild itself.
They're not slaves anymore.
No. They're Rosarians. Your father took pity on the bearer's plight, and I believe if he was still with us today, this is what he would have wanted.
I believe you might be right.
I shall remain here, my lord, and do what I can to help rebuild the village. After all, this is my home now too. And I could hardly call myself an Eastpoolian if I didn't pull my weight.
I think you'll find it's Eastpudlian, Sir Wade. But you should be proud all the same. I'll have to pull my weight too. Can't have the rest getting outclassed. Speaking of which, I ought to be getting back.
Can we continue to count on your support, Martha?
Of course, and I'd be counting on yours too. Us Rosarians have got to stick together, haven't we?
Indeed we have.
And Clive, come by the Golden Stables when you get the chance. I ain't paid you for delivering them seeds yet.
All right. I will.
Lord Rosfield, do you remember our very first mission together? Clearing the goblins from the Stillwind Marshes?
How could I forget?
There's one sight that I shall never forget. You, facing off against that giant Morble. Not a trace of fear on your face. Since that day, there have been more than a few times when I felt like giving up. When the odds seemed so stacked in the enemy's favor, I thought I may as well just lay down my sword and surrender. But every time, I would think back to the look in your eyes that day and remember what it means to be a shield. Know that whatever trials Eastpool may face, I shall never lose courage. Thanks to you.
So Wade, you have always been a true shield. I know that Eastpool, and indeed all of Rosaria, will be safe in your hands.
Thank you, my lord. I know the rest of the world will be safe in yours.
I'll do my best.
All right. I almost have enough for that. Coolness. Just so many, like, gear items and shit. Alright, let's go ahead and turn this quest in, since I'm in this general vicinity.
The hero returns. It's lucky you came by when you did, eh? Not only did my seeds get delivered, but you went and saved Eastpool and all.
I just did what I could.
And it's only right that you get rewarded for it. Take it before I change my mind.
I think Jill's already done enough of that.
So, Eastpool's finally back on its feet again. And a home to free bearers. Who'd have thought we'd see the day, eh?
Well, it was your idea.
I know that, but I never stopped to think what it would mean. Bearers in charge of themselves, thinking for themselves, working for themselves. Not your hideaway, but not even hidden away. Though I suppose the rest ain't much different nowadays. You know, bearers living free like that reminds me of when I first met Sid. Loath as I am to recall that particular day.
I take it you didn't always see eye to eye. What happened?
Well, if you really want to know, I started doing what I do long before I met Sid. In fact, that's how I met him. Or at least how he came to meet me. He showed up at the stables one day, asking questions about who'd been buying up bearers. Founder knows what he thought I was doing with them. Running a hunt, poking around in their innards. Something awful, anyway. Me, I thought he was a new constable. Thought the game was up. But somehow we both managed to work out what each other was about. And before I knew it, the cheeky arse was rattling on at me about how I was doing it all wrong. After all my hard work. Told me I was giving them relief, but not freedom. That my bearers were still dying as slaves. Got right under my skin it did. Told him if he didn't like it, he could bugger off and report me to the garrison. And do you know what he did? He smiled. And then he laughed. And then I did the same. We made a pact that day. That whenever one of us was in need, the other would always be there for him.
And you were?
Well, we both wanted the same thing. To make life better for bearers. Just like your dad. Do you know I was born right around the time Elwyn became Archduke? Growing up, I saw how he tried to change things. He certainly didn't lack for ambition, that one.
Indeed. But the loftier one's ambitions, the harder they are to achieve. Which is why those of us who follow in their footsteps need to finish what people like Sid and my father started.
Suppose you're right, aye. And if we don't manage it, there's always them who come after us. Good thing we've got a few half-decent sorts waiting in the wings, eh? It's almost enough to give you a little bit of hope.
Just a little.
Anyway, enough nattering. Better get back to work. Let's see about making everyone some dinner, shall we? The least the folks who saved Eastpool deserve is a hot meal. And you and me ain't gonna save the world on an empty stomach neither.
That sounds like a wonderful idea.
Ah, the signboard. Another collectible item that doesn't do anything for me. God damn it. I mean, I guess they're cool to, like, have on display at the hideaway and shit. But they seem rather pointless.
Good girl. Time to fight.
Hello, bombs. Jagoffs. This is where, yeah, this is where they want me to go.
Good. They haven't broken camp yet. How did Doris come to know a slaver, I wonder?
We've waited long enough. She's not coming. Ready the bearers. We're leaving.
Back to civilization, is it, Mom?
With all haste. Lest any of you lackwits start talking like these feckless bumpkins. I presume your men are ready. We've suffered too many delays as it is. Any more and I'll be docking your pay.
Yes, Mom.
Oh, but before you go, it appears we have company. Kill him.
You're welcome to try.
Oh, that was so easy.
So much for your escort.
You'll forgive me for not avenging my men. I'm not the swordswoman I used to be. I surrender. Do with me as you wish, Cid the Outlaw.
Cid!
Ah, Doris. I take it you're not here to rescue me from our brooding renegade? You know, I always wondered where you'd vanished to. But casting your lot with this criminal of all people...
Better fighting for a cause than killing for coin. I'm sorry, Cid. I should have told you sooner. This woman, my former master, once trained bearer children to be weapons in service of the highest bidder. She raised me like a daughter, and I did terrible things to earn her favor.
It wasn't all terrible, surely. We had our fun, too. You were always so eager to learn, and had such clever hands. All my other children took either to the blade or to the books. Always either or. But you proved yourself a master of both. That's why I kept you for my own. How about it, my little dagger? Care to swear that blade to me again?
I never swore my blade to you, nor will I ever. I fight for a higher cause, to liberate the bearers of this world. Farewell, Master. Thank you for making me the weapon I am.
You always were a righteous child. Perhaps that's the reason I loved you so.
You have an odd way of showing love, bitch.
What do you want to do with her?
I am not the killer she wanted me to be. Not anymore. And she no longer has friends in high places. The Dame does, though. Her connections at the Imperial Court will see that justice is done.
All right. If you're certain.
I am. And thank you for everything. Now, I better let these bearers know that they're safe.
And I should head back to the hideaway and put Cole's mind at ease.
Oh, we'll get there. I've more work to do in the field yet. Really, motherfucker? You just gonna auto-transport me? You fucking whore!
Doris's message just arrived. I hear you saved more bearers from being smuggled across the border.
With any luck, they'll be joining us in the hideaway shortly. Oh, and your letter. You don't need to worry about Doris anymore.
I'd been hoping as much. She mentioned one or two things in her report. So the slaver we'd been chasing all these months was her former master. Wish I'd known. She's been arrested, by the way, over in Sanbreque. Went quietly, or so we're told. She won't be getting off lightly. The Empire may have no love for bearers, but it's none too fond of black market traders either. Can't have been easy for Doris.
I'm sure it wasn't. But don't worry. She'll be all right.
I hope so. Suppose you should know, eh? You had quite the past yourself before you came here, or so I understand. Anyway, thanks again, Cid. The Cursebreakers would be lost without Doris. And you, of course.
Keep up the good work, Cole.
I am not done in the field! Whore!
foolish has turned. Back to the stables go.
Alright, gotta go this way.
Let's go. Faster! All right. I'll need to deal with these ones first. Too slow.
There we go. Oh yeah, get the fuck up its world.
This is it. Right then.
Oh, I missed a catch. Oh well.
everything's back the way it was. Don't know how they did it.
Fresh silks from the Canva caravan. Like what you've seen before.
Take that, you naughty...
Clive! To what do I owe the pleasure? I just wanted to see how the town's been faring since you brought everyone together.
Since we brought everyone together, all is absolutely wonderful. Conrad and Natalie's hands remain safely away from each other's throats and firmly at the helm. Our stores are full, and the bandits still too disorganized to raid them. Just as the good Lady Jane and Lord Underhill intended.
You a lord? Lubor's going to be one too. They're going to make him the Lord of Dalimil, because of how he stopped all the grown-ups from fighting.
It's the mayor of Dalimil, dear child, and the vote hasn't taken place just yet. But if the people wish me to lead them, I shall. And my first act will be to build a school so that menaces like you two learn not to interrupt your elders. Speaking of menaces, there may be a rather worrying one just over the horizon.
May there indeed.
I'm afraid the example Conrad and Natalie set in putting aside their differences and presenting a united front might have caught the bandits' attention. And they might have elected to take a similar approach. They have formed what one could call a League of Outlaws, and they grow more organized by the day.
We'll fight them all off just like last time, no matter how many of them there are. Won't we, Lubor?
Of course we will. If we continue to work together, we can overcome any challenge we choose to face. The longer we avoid facing this one, the more difficult it will be. Until the only way to overcome it might be to run for the hills. Our best hope is to nip these efforts at organization in the bud, by finding those ne'er-do-wells who have yet to join the cause, and ensuring that they never do. Perhaps a certain Lord Underhill might be willing to lend us his aid once more?
Sure.
I refuse.
Thank you, my lord. Victor will fill you in on the particulars. I have him stationed by the Desert Gate, receiving and collating reports from my scouts. Such an amenable soul. He reminds me of you.
I'll go and speak with him.
What's the difference between a lord and a mayor? That's easy. One of them swings a sword, the other forges them.
That's what they think the difference is? Good lord. Alright, I need to go to the bathroom, grab some coffee. I'll be back shortly.
What's the difference between a lord and a mayor? That's easy. One of them swings a sword, the other forges them. What's the difference between a lord and a mayor? That's easy. One of them swings a sword, the other forges them. What's the difference between a lord and a mayor? That's easy. One of them swings a sword, the other forges them.
Oi! I feel better. Obviously, I'm back.
The League of Outlaws. Sounds like we have some competition. Still in Dalimil, Victor?
Ah, Sid.
I thought you'd have returned to Cosnis by now.
I did. Then I came back. I've developed something of a fondness for the place. And having worked so hard to see it saved from one fate, it would seem remiss to abandon it to another. A sentiment Master Lubor certainly isn't shy about exploiting. Hence my doing his bidding yet again.
You're not the only one.
What does he want you to do?
He asked for my aid in putting down the bandits. And he said that you might be able to help me find them.
Then you've come at just the right time. I was on my way to speak with Conrad about how to organize our forces. There are more camps in the vicinity than we can safely strike at once. But we must strike together, and we must strike soon at as many camps as we can. We can't give this league of theirs time to rally its forces.
All right. Which camp shall I take?
There's one upriver. Just out there, across the dunes.
Leave it with me.
You know, I don't mind crushing an encampment or three of bandits. Alright, get down there shortly. A lot of stuff to do here. Here, 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 here. Even as far up as up there. Let's go wreck some folks' days. Let the bodies hit the floor. Let the bodies hit the floor. 'Cause that is about what's going to happen here. There'll be a lot of bodies, and they're all going to hit the floor.
Come on then, Toggle.
That's him. The one who killed Locke and Fingers. Take his head off!
Told you there's going to be a lot of bodies, and they're all going to drop to the flow. I didn't lie to you. There were a lot of bodies, and they all hit the floor.
I better let Victor know.
Cid, where are you? Ah, I see the bandits didn't pose you any trouble.
No, but that's not why you're here, is it?
No. Something's happened. We need you back in Dalimil.
What is it?
The whole town's in uproar. They're saying that Lubor is a bearer.
What?
Seems that one of our parties wasn't as thorough as they should have been. They let one of the bandits escape, and his escape route took him right through Dalimil. Some of the children spotted him, and he was about to silence them. And when Lubor felled him with a bolt of magic, and without a crystal.
But that's not possible.
It is, if he's a bearer and has been hiding it all these years, which is what people are saying. If he has, well, I wouldn't blame him. No man is branded by choice. Still, all those people see is a man who's lied to them all his life. One who has made a leader of himself when the world believed he should have been a slave.
Fuck.
I don't know where we go from here, but I know one thing. Lubor needs all the friends he can get right now.
You're right.
Well, that just got a sight worse.
And now everyone knows. I made it a habit to keep a crystal close at hand for just such an occasion. And when that occasion arose, I forgot to reach for it. Well, it was bound to come out sooner or later.
We're sorry, Lubor. We tried to keep running, but we just couldn't anymore.
There's nothing to be sorry for. I rather enjoyed playing the hero for once. All that matters to me is that you two are safe.
Look at him talking to his betters like it's nothing.
All lies, I'll wager. Just like the ones he fed us all these years.
Once people make up their minds, it's hard to change them. We need to do something, and quickly. Convince the people not to let their prejudices blind them. Convince them that nothing has changed. That their enemy lies outside these walls, not within them.
You're right. We should speak to everyone.
I'm glad you agree. I'll handle the townsfolk. I'm a Dalmek born and bred. They listen to me. You head to the tavern. Make Conrad and Natalie remember who Lubor really is. They know that Lubor and I are friends. I might not make for the most impartial of interlocutors. Lord Underhill of Randalar's League of Merchants, however, is a trusted and impartial mediator of note.
I'll do what I can. Lubor, stay here with the children. I can't promise anything, but we'll try.
And that is all I can ask of you.
Well, this is going to quickly get far more interesting than I anticipated.
Why are you taking the bearers so? Why do they always have to make such a...
You all along that he was planning.
Forgive me for disturbing you, but could I have a moment of your time?
I've seen your face before.
As have I. Lord Underhill, wasn't it? Of the League of Merchants.
That's right. I wanted to speak to you about Lubor.
The rumors that he's a bearer. All true, I'm afraid.
He'll never be mayor now. Not if I have anything to do with it.
But what of his wares? Bearer or no, his steel is highly valued throughout the Republic. In this at least, he's done the town a service. Might that not earn him a little leniency?
Leniency? He pretended to be one of us when he was laughing behind our backs all the while.
I'm sorry, my lord, but he lied to us. He lied to you. He cannot be trusted.
So what do you propose? Will you drive him from his home? Close his forge?
Perhaps. That is a question for the people of Dalimil. And they will thank you not to get involved.
They do a really good job of tackling like discrimination and racism in this game, and I am absolutely for that.
Nor I. Conrad and Natalie refuse to consider anything but their own wounded pride.
You never know. Once their anger is cooled, they might see things differently. For now, we should report back to Lubor.
All right.
Why do they always have to make such a fuss outside? It's driving away our customers.
Why the hell would Victor take the bearers?
For a sharing.
I assume the situation is hopeless?
There's still hope. But...
But perhaps not in this lifetime, I think it's fair to say.
You mustn't think like that, Lubor. Give them time. They'll come around. We'll talk some sense into them in the end, you'll see.
No, you won't. And your efforts would be better spent elsewhere.
But Lubor...
Rosina would often tell me that steel does not lie, that a blade is a reflection of the smith who forged it. To yourself be true, that was her point. Rather an ironic one when you consider that her life was taken with a blade of her own making. But I do not doubt that she was always true to herself and what she believed in, right to the end. And so must I be. I must do what I know to be right, no matter what others might think of me. And now, I know what that is. I must embrace my new role of villain so that the people of Dalimil have something to unite against. For only united can they hope to stand against the threat that awaits them. I'll need to make a suitably dramatic exit, of course.
Don't go, Lubor. You're the only one who was ever kind to us. We'll be all alone. Again.
Trust me, little ones. It is for the best that I go. Not only for the town, but for you, too.
How could it possibly be for the best? These children need you. The least you can do is give the townspeople a chance to change their minds.
It would not take it, Victor. It's over.
Over, you say? And so just like that, you're going to throw this town and these children to the wolves? I thought you were better than this. But it seems you had me fooled as well.
Victor.
Forget it. Do what you will.
You sure you're making the right choice, Lubor?
Of those available to me, I believe it's the best one. Yes. Ah, but where are my manners? Here. A reward for clearing out that bandit camp. Right then. I have packing to do.
If there's anything I can do. Anything.
I'll bear it in mind. Thank you.
Ah! It's a pun! Travel to there just to make the path a bit shorter.
Faster!
And they are done. And there's a Pokemon in chat. There's what I seek.
2 down, 1 to go. So Dravost is still standing. For now, at least.
If you can swing a hammer,
Clive! You're here!
And the Akashic?
Mostly off to the north still. But I spoke to Doris' scouts and it turns out things are worse than I thought. Swarms of them out there. Told old Snotty to be ready to seal the north gate. That should buy us some time if we need it. Enough for the villagers to barricade themselves inside their homes at least.
Well done.
Welcome back, Cid. I'd never have guessed, you know. Not if August hadn't let slip. Who'd have thought that the savior of Dravost would turn out to be the realm's most infamous outlaw? Keen to help us out again?
I am. Thought you could sneak off without me, did you?
Blackthorn.
Oh, what are you doing here?
One of the scouts couldn't keep his voice down. Unlike my best mate who didn't think I deserved to know. So then, how long's it been? Long enough for us two to turn into a pair of old codgers, I see.
Then your idea of an apology. Prick.
Don't listen to him. You only did what you thought was best. For the village and that.
I did, yeah. But that ain't the whole of it. Vulcan, our master, didn't leave the chiefdom to the two of us. He left it to me. The best blacksmith in Dravost, barring himself, of course. Bloody stupid tradition, in my opinion. If someone's got talent, you should let them practice their craft, not ask them to settle petty feuds and barter for grain. Our master wasted half his life that way. I wasn't about to let that happen to me.
So you wasted half of mine instead.
You're what Dravos needed. Under me and my precious ideals, this place wouldn't have lasted a year. So I left to devote myself to the work and spare you lot the consequences. I may be a selfish prick, but I only did what I felt I had to.
What you had to do was your duty!
Even if it meant we all starved?
Enough. This is no time for bickering.
Got a point.
Beating each other up once Dravos is safe.
Fine. Said my piece anyway.
Yeah. So have I.
Sorry, Clive. I shouldn't have stuck my nose in. Short enough on time as it is. Still, give us a mo, would you? I need to get my head straight before any of them Akashic try to bite it off.
Oh, I love Warhead candies.
You, ready for the off then?
We can't afford to waste any more time.
Right you are. Might be worth having one last word with the scouts, though. Don't want any nasty surprises, do we? Oh, and Blackthorn, you and Zoltan might be better off staying inside the...
Akashic on the move.
How close are they?
Within sight of the walls, and there are more coming up from the mines.
What was I saying about nasty surprises?
They'll wash right over us if we stay out in the open. We're pulling back behind the gates.
Good idea. Get yourselves inside, but keep your weapons handy.
Understood.
I'm prepared to fight if I have to.
Well, let's hope you don't. That's our job. Once the scouts are inside, order your men to barricade the gates. No heroic last stands, you hear me? No fighting at all if you can help it.
August's right. I've seen what Akashic beasts can do to armor. The people here are tough and willing, but they ain't equipped to face what's coming.
I'm going out there. Start work on the gate as soon as I've left. I'll give you as much time as I can.
And if they kill you?
You evacuate. But it won't come to that. I promise.
You'd better be right.
Take good care of Dravos till I get back.
Leave it to me. And give those things what for, yeah?
All right. Which one of you's first?
Excellent. Oh, I can't do it in combat though. Dumb.
Nice try.
Toro! Toro! That went rather quickly. Oh, great.
Nice try.
Come on, Griffin boy.
Is that it?
Oh, I don't think that's it.
Apparently not.
Oh, great, a Chimera. Yeah. Those are never fun to fight.
Not getting past me. Nice try.
Come on. There we go. Flame rush, baby. Holy shit, you actually managed to land a hit. Come on, flame charge! Or that'll work. I'll take the Draconic Kamehameha.
No, the question is, did I miss any?
Man alive! You're still in one piece!
I slew as many as I could.
As many as I could, he says. The old bleeding lot, more like it. Well, almost.
Only almost.
Yeah, one or two did try to sneak over the wall. We got the bastards, don't you worry.
Good. Though you do know, more will come in time.
In time, yeah. But we can think about them later. Let's get you back inside.
I came, I saw, I wrecked a bunch of lives.
Sid, you're even more fearsome than your reputation. Enough to give those Akashic monsters nightmares. I almost felt sorry for the wretched things. But mostly, I felt grateful. Dravos won't forget what you did today.
I'm afraid I've only delayed the inevitable. There's no getting rid of that ether flood. Meaning that any living thing which stumbles into those mines will end up clawing at your walls again.
And that's if the flood don't spread. If it does, well, I hate to say it, but the village's days are numbered.
That may be, but we're staying just the same. With ether floods springing up all over, it's no less safe than anywhere, and more importantly, it's our home. We'll fortify the gates to the north, and I'll see that they're guarded day and night.
All right. Then we'll give you a hand shoring up those defenses.
As for you, Blackthorn, that's twice you've turned up when Dravos needed you. So, thanks.
I shouldn't have stayed away so long. And I shouldn't have left without talking it over with you first.
Too bloody right you shouldn't. Though I doubt I'd have listened. I always envied you. How you made everything look so easy when, for me, it was anything but. You leaving gave me the perfect excuse to hate you. And from that day on, I never once stopped to wonder what it would have been like if you'd stayed. But what you said earlier, it was true. You'd have been the death of this place.
Finally, something we can agree on. I hope you see the sense of it eventually. You kept this place alive.
Alive, perhaps. Wealthy even, but Dravos isn't what it once was. Our work used to be the pride of Dhalmekia. Now, we churn out the same rubbish day after day because it's easy and turns a profit. It's not about the craft anymore. I wouldn't send my sons to war wearing the shit most of us smiths are making. I've kept working, honing my skills, trying to lead by example, but no one sees the point. The average castle apprentice has as much passion for the craft as our current lot. Come back to us, Blackthorn. Remind Dravos what a true master blacksmith looks like. I'll even man those bellows of yours if it means we can work at the same forge again.
That's a kind offer. Kinder than I deserve. And I wish I could accept, but I'm needed elsewhere. There's people who trust their lives to my steel, and I daren't let them down.
Fair enough.
But that doesn't mean I couldn't visit from time to time. Let's see if we can't rekindle this town's passion for the craft, shall we?
I'd like that.
Just be sure to tell Snotty to let me in the next time I come calling, yeah?
Knowing him, he'd let you in anyway. Blackthorn. The Master Smith turned outlaw, back in my good graces. I never thought I'd see the day.
I'd say that went pretty well, wouldn't you?
Even better than I'd hoped.
Sid, I've got something for you.
And this is?
A token of our lasting gratitude. But I'm of a mind to make you a far grander gift. Designs for a certain sword have been passed down from chief to chief for generations.
Now hold on, Zoltan. There's a reason no one's made that blade in centuries. There's not been a craftsman equal to the task. I'll admit your cinders make impressive steel, and I've learned to own an edge Odin will be proud of. But the engravings on that thing are enough to make a jeweler cry. And they're not just for show, either.
Have you forgotten what brought you back to Dravozd in the first place? A certain ring? I knew I'd never surpass you with a hammer and tongs. So I turned my hand to a different kind of metalwork. Between the two of us, I'd say we're the equal of any master craftsman ever to have graced a forge.
You know what? I think you might be right. Clive, you wouldn't mind if Zoltan came back to the Hideaway, would you?
He's more than welcome. As long as he can keep our secret.
Right. Zoltan, get your tools. We've got a legend to forge.
Are you inside? Aye, you are.
Lord Rosfield, is there aught the Undying might assist you with this day?
Perhaps. My brother said that your order was helping him with his quest to uncover Ultima's origins. Have you learned anything of note since last we spoke?
Little and less, I regret to report.
I see.
Be assured, however, that we will not rest until the truth is known. Even now, our archaeologians scour ruins in every corner of the realm for traces of Ultima's touch.
Fallen ruins, I take it. Dating back as far as Phoenix Gate.
Indeed. Ultima's thralls are oft sighted among the remnants of the fallen civilization, as if protecting the secrets concealed within.
Secrets we'd see unearthed.
Should our methods be of interest, my lord, mayhap it would please you to observe some of our number at work.
Would that be possible?
Of course. A survey is being conducted not far from here. Perchance you are familiar with Kretov, a small hamlet built around a fallen airship. I was due to visit my colleagues there to collect their preliminary findings, but if you would consent to do so in my stead, I'm sure that they would be honored to relate any discoveries they have made to you directly.
All right.
All right. We'll go and meet with them.
They will be most gratified, I am sure. Might I suggest you take the road through Titan's Wake? It will lead you straight to the village after but a short walk.
Thank you. I will.
I wish you a safe journey, my lord. May the Firebird's flames burn ever in your heart.
A village built around an airship. Sounds like another Lost Wing.
Oh. It looks like it's at a location I don't have. Maybe I could go there this way? Perhaps? Alright, you fucking whores. You want some? Come get some. Give me some health while you're at it. That is a lot of fucking damage, folks. I think I can reach the destination this way.
Don't get surrounded.
Not worried about the fallen.
Time to fight.
There we go. Looks like a new way marker. Awesome.
Straight home now. Oh no. You'll pay for this. May still be surviving. It's over. Whatever that thing is, say it's their leader. All yours, Torgal.
Good, I didn't waste any of that power boost. I made sure the big dude here ate all that goddamn damage.
Should have stayed in the past. These must be Cyril's colleagues.
You have our thanks, stranger.
Who are you?
Ah, forgive me, my lord. I did not recognize you. You are Lord Rosfield, are you not? We are archaeologians, tasked with surveying this site.
Welcome to the Pokemon in chat. Get those Pokeballs out.
Our brothers here occupied their attentions. Thanks to them, and to you, we were, for a mercy, able to see our duty to its conclusion.
You call that a mercy? Your brothers might still be alive if you put their safety before your duty. Surely this survey wasn't worth dying for.
We are charged with uncovering Ultima's origins. A duty of the highest import, as I'm sure you will agree.
And you think your dead brothers would agree with you too?
I know they would. They gave their lives for the cause, an honor to which all Undying aspire. Now, to what do we owe the honor of your presence, Lord Marquis?
Cyril told me of your work here, and I agreed to collect your findings in his stead.
I see. That is most kind. Pray, take them then, with our humble thanks. May the Firebird's flame burn ever in your heart, as it does in ours.
It's one thing to lay down your life for another, but for a survey... I suppose I'd better get this back to Cyril.
Awesome. I've mastered all of Bahamut's stuff. Alright, so it's time for me to raid out. It's just after 10, my time. 11 EST time. So we're going to raid out to a gentleman named Doobie Snacks 98, who is playing a game called Outcast. So, y'all be good to yourselves, each other, the planet. Have fun. Stay the fuck out of trouble. Exercise the rights, responsibilities, privileges, and duties of wherever you happen to be from. As viewers, show that love and respect to the streamers that you watch. As streamers, make sure you show that love and respect to your viewers, because while we could do this job without them, it wouldn't be any fun. This is your almighty Sith Emperor, your immortal Sith Emperor, signing out. And I'll catch you on tomorrow.